Okay. How is everybody doing? Hopefully, yeah, okay, good. I I am excited to get into this. It has been too long since we last played some Pokemon. Yep, the Elite Four is gonna be an interesting one, I feel like. I'm very curious to see how it goes, because I don't think we have, like, the best team ever, but for what we have resources-wise, it's pretty solid, I think. And just, like, typings-wise, this Elite Four is sort of interesting in what it's weak to. So to look at the team, we got Wazy, are just good old, shiny red Gyarados. We got Bite, Dragon Rage, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail. Dragon Rage is disappearing the moment we can get Dragon Dance, but we learn that a little later. Just gonna be a really solid DPS tank, whatever. Do a lot of things, have good coverage, all that shit. Then we've got Kokomakok, which is, I'd say, probably the strangest, like, addition to the team. I didn't expect to have this one in here, because we have other Psychic types. Like, we have a Jinx, we have a Hypno, we have our Brega later in the team. But Kokomakok is the only one who can learn Psychic this early, and we can't access the TM yet. So, you know. Oh, no. It's no big deal, and I appreciate the support. I more so appreciate you telling me that you enjoy my stuff and support me in that stuff than not. So, you know, we don't need to linger on that, but I appreciate every bit of support. Yeah, and getting back to the Pokemon stuff, Nuzlockes are for experimentation, and this is absolutely experimentation. I have never used a Giraffe Rig in my life. And their move list here isn't anything special. They are here to have the big Psychic move. That is sort of their role. Baton Pass is here just in case, because they naturally learn it. Stomp, they are also normal types, so it's just a decent stab move that can flinch, and Assurance is for type coverage. I believe later in this, like, chain of fights, we'll get to a level cap where they will actually learn Crunch, which will just be better. But then we have Strumbly, the Jolteon, a new pickup that I got in between last time and this one. Yeah, and the blocking and flinching is very nice. Inner Focus is nice. But Strumbly's new addition, I heavily considered doing either Umbreon or Espeon just because, you know, they're the new ones. Espeon would be nice for, like, more Psychic type stuff. I was considering them in place of Kokomakok. But once again, Espeon does not learn Psychic early enough for their moves to, like, be at peak condition. Not that that's, like, absolutely an issue, but we also just have Psychic types. Where, though we do have an Electric type in the box, Strumbly can just have more coverage with Shadow Ball, and also Quick Attack is nice, and Sand Attack is just sort of there because we... that having a status move of some kind, not that, you know, a debuff buff type move is nice, but we didn't have too much else to go for on them, so, you know. Yeah, that is a good point. I don't think I've ever mentioned that. You're right. It's a tough pick for me, because, I don't know, I like a lot of them. Vibes-wise, I am a big fan, I'd say, of Umbreon. I will admit I am quite an edgy bitch sometimes, in my aesthetics, like, the aesthetics I like. But I am a big fan of Jolteon. I think, realistically, in just pure vibes, it would probably be Umbreon, but I have absolutely relied upon Jolteon so much more. Like, I think it's the only evolution I've really ever properly used much at all. So, I don't know, like them for different reasons. I like pretty much all of them, though. I wouldn't say I dislike any evolution. But then we got Clemu in here. They're our starter. I felt like I had to fit them into the team somehow. They have their same set of moves they had before. Light Screen for good just defensive stuff. There's a lot of special, like, attacking enemies. Synthesis, Razor Leaf, Poison Powder. Just a solid, fairly universal option for pretty much the entire run. Then we've got Conpy in here as a fire type. Though they are exclusively, like, offensively facing with their moves, they are in a similar position to Clemu, where they don't have a specific, like, Elite Four member that they really counter too much. They just have sort of edge cases that they fill. Yeah, Clemu is hopefully going to make it all the way. I would really hope so. But, yeah, no, I can respect the Flareon pick. But Conpy is the pick because that is the only fire type we have. I could have gone Flareon, but I opted for this. I also just... I enjoy Rapidash. They've helped me out in previous Nuzlocke, so they will continue to help me out now. Got both Flame Wheel and Flamethrower on them, because one physical, one special option. Their physical and special are close enough to each other that it's not really too big a difference which one is used. Obviously, Flamethrower is more powerful, but if we're faced against, like, a real special defensive tank or something like that, we have Flame Wheel still. And then Stomp and Strength are just there because they're there. Then we have our Brega. They are suboptimal right now in their moveset. They will be perfect once they have Psychic. And they will learn Psychic between the last Elite Four member and the champion, if I remember correctly. Once that happens, once we replace Zen Headbutt, they will be hypothetically one of our most powerful Mons, because I did a silly thing, but I think it's going to work. I don't have them with a Water-type move, I have them with Ice Beam for just extra coverage, because Ice Beam comes up, well, like, Ice comes up way more as something that's super effective than Water with the current, like, list of Elite Four members, and I only had so many slots. So, you know, Nasty Plot is going to be really good for use on Ice Beam, and once we have Psychic, Slack Off is going to make sure that we stay alive while Nasty Plotting. Zen Headbutt is just the best Psychic move we have on them right now. Realistically, I probably could have done some move relearning to get Psybeam, but I didn't worry about that. And then Ice Beam is Ice Beam. And then items-wise, I have a Metronome on our Brega, so that because they really only have, in any fight they're involved in, one move that they care about using, pretty much, I just have them set up to build up their power as they go, until they can just one-shot everything. Just random berries on most of them. Still got the Miracle Seed on Clemu. And then I have a Wide Lens on Wisey to counteract the fact that both Ice Fang and Aqua Tail don't have perfect accuracy. Just helps with that. I did vaguely consider putting a Wide Lens on Strumbly and then having Thunder, but I didn't. I opted against that. I opted to go for Wisey because they have multiple moves that aren't perfect in their accuracy. But ultimately, what this team sets up to be is we are first going against Will, the Psychic-type Elite Four, who the goal is to have a Wazy sweep, because if I recall correctly, I think every single Mon in his team is weak to either Dark, Ice, or Water. I don't know if any of them are weak to Water, but I think all of them are weak to either Dark or Ice. Because Jinx is weak to Dark. Weak to Ice and Dark for the Zatus. Executor, weak to Ice and Dark. Yeah, I think they all are. Weak to at least one of them. Yep. So Wazy is basically the person that we're gonna try to sweep with, but we have multiple, like, backup options. For any that are Ice weak, we have Ice Beam on our Brega. For any that are Electric weak, there's a couple. We have Thunderbolt on Scrumblade. We have Conpi for the one Executor that has weakness to fire, that kind of thing. And then, of course, Kokomacock, Strumbly, and yeah, those two both have other moves that are often relevant for, like, the types that we're up against on their team. Because Ghost and Dark share a lot. So that's Will. That's what we're going to sort of be looking at there. And then the next two should be able to just sort of be a Psychic sweep with some backup options. Yeah, and yeah, that is another good reason to not go Thunder. PP is horrid on Thunder. I did have 2 PP ups, but I put them on the Ice Beam on our Brega and the Psychic on Kokomacock. But with that, we can worry about the plans for the others once we get there. I think we are ready to go in. We are at full health. We have items everywhere. Let's do this. Let's do it. Yes, we have... Probably would have been a good idea to, like, make sure of that beforehand, but I had done that earlier, so we are fine. We got 3 full stacks and the majority of another stack. Easily will get us to the end because we are only going to a level cap of 50 by the champion. It scales fairly slowly here. We got 2 max ethers, 10 full heals, if we need them, some awakenings and antidotes and stuff, 2 ethers, 2 max elixirs, and then 20 full restores, and then a normal elixir. So we are set on items between battles, and we have plenty of rare candies to get us to the correct levels. So let's go into this fight. I always forget about Will's existence. I never think of Will. I remember that Karen is a new addition, but I always forget about Will. Alright. Yep. Starting with Xatu. We got Wazy in here. Intimidate Croc. I don't think it's going to matter too much, though. So realistically, there isn't really any difference between if we do Ice Fang or Bite for like typing purposes. Just going to remind myself of their PP. Well, not PP, of their power. Brain. 65 and 60. Okay, they are functionally the same, but one can potentially freeze. Alright. Let's begin. Yeah, we did beat him the one time. Okay. Could be a 2-shot. And we get the freeze proc? Hell yeah, that's why we do it. In which case, I'm not going to worry about using Ice Fang. I'm going to just bite. It may not kill. I hope it does. It does. Was slightly weaker. Alright, then we got Jinx. They are going to need to be dark. Yeah. So we merely bite here. They're faster. Okay. Don't love how much that did, but we can tank another one. And that's some good damage. So we don't have anything that's like priority, unfortunately. So we just bite again. A lovely kiss. I hate that. Okay. We have backup options. I'm gonna see if we get like a one-turn wake up. No crit, please. Of course we get the special defense down. We definitely are gonna want to swamp out now. And we didn't get the one-turn wake up. Okay. Okay. And then, in that case, we want Psychic right now. So Arbrega could work, and has Ice ready. And also will be resistant to Psychic. Same with Kokomakok, but, you know. And is slightly tankier. Let's go with that. Yeah, the freeze was lucky, that was much less so. Let's see how much this does. That is fine. That is fine. We can handle that. Part of me is tempted to nasty plot up so that the Ice Beam's ready. To just, like, full sweep. Just double checking. Other than Jinx, only Slowbro is resistant to Ice. Yeah, that I feel like, given how little damage that did. Of course they lovely kiss us, so we were asleep. Could have seen that coming. Yeah, Slack Off is gonna help us here. That's why I feel comfortable trying this. But God, this lovely kiss is gonna be annoying. Now we get the one-turn wake up. Alright, sure. Alright, realistically, I'm not going to worry about doing this too many times, because, you know, not the most necessary thing. But, actually, given how little damage this is doing to us, doesn't necessarily hurt to just go for it. That's 2. I'm gonna Slack Off now. Okay, they didn't sleep us again. In which case, yeah, I think, just for the sake of saving some PP, I'm gonna leave it at that. We're +4 now, or at least should be. Ice Beam is a bad option initially here, so I guess it's a good thing we got slept. I just sort of defaulted. Realistically, it probably will kill regardless, but we have more on Zen Headbutt here, so let's see if the Zen Headbutt can kill with that much HP left on Jinx. Or if we just stay asleep forever. Yeah, the amount of backups we have for this, like, team setup is very nice for just how comfortable it is. Yeah, the speed is very good. Alright, I'm probably gonna immediately Slack Off here, because we're a bit low. We're about half, and if they're faster than us, then, you know. Wow, they send out their Ace! Okay. Well, we should resist... Need to double check something. Yeah, okay, so we are neutral to flying. Do they have any flying type moves? I'm just trying to be careful here. Because everything should outspeed our Brega. They have Aerial Ace. Let's hope Aerial Ace does not one-shot. They also didn't go for it, because Ominous Switch. Okay, that's how much a super effective does. Don't love that. Here's to hoping that an Ice Beam can one-shot when we're +4. We have enough health that we should just tank anything. I hate how much damage that does. Hopefully this one-shots, because if it doesn't, we need to switch. Thank God. +4, super effective. Should have expected it, but who knew buffing yourself up works? Okay, Executor, this is the other one that should be weak. I just need to make sure that I'm not going to get our Brega killed. Yeah, the Omni boosts were scary, but we are okay for now. Okay, Executor is quite slow, but Not as Slow King. Okay. And realistically, so that means they will go faster than us. They have Psychic. They have Egg Bomb, but that's normal type, which I find very funny. But we have 47 health. We're a bit too weak. Being able to do the one-shot on the ace was very important, I think. Let's bring Compy in for the scenario they are useful. Assuming that Compy doesn't get obliterated. Okay, they set up the Reflect. Understandable. In which case, though I was already gonna do it, we Flamethrower. And we outspeed, because we are a horse. Yeah, it did have a grass move, but I want to play it safe because we have options. It hurts to lose the +4. Why do they all have sleep moves? Why did it hit the Hypnosis? Isn't that supposed to be horrid in its, like, accuracy? Alright, with how much health that is, I'm just gonna Flame Wheel. Actually, that makes sense. But also, I'm curious to see how much the Flame Wheel does with the Reflect Up. Besides, we saw how much a Flamethrower did. It wouldn't one-shot. We're evidently not having great luck with the sleep. I hate that. Okay, we don't one-shot. We're asleep and below half health, and they can do more than half our health. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. Switch weak to... We could go for the poison. Strumbly also has Shadow Ball, which would work. But I am slightly worried about the potential of how that could go, given similar health. Like, how, you know. I think I'm gonna start with Strumbly, because both Strumbly and Clemu are good for what should be their only remaining Pokemon. Yeah, of course it's Psychics, it saw the kill. Let's see how much this does. Okay, we need to think here. That was not quite half, but it might have been a low roll. We probably don't one-shot. It was probably a mistake to come in with Strumbly. How much health does Clemu have? Just a little bit more. Yeah, I'd hate to lose Strumbly immediately, though. I don't know if we will, but... I'm gonna risk it. This could be our undoing. Okay, about half. They Psychic again. Low roll. Ooh! Oh my god! Clemu, bring it home, please! Makes sense that it went for the Psychic. That's what we were hoping for. Okay. Unless they crit, we definitely survive another hit. We should outspeed, I believe. A good light screen. No. Yeah, okay. Poison Powder. We outspeed, we get the Poison Powder. And now we Synthesis. Oh, and they miss a Hypnosis. I'll take it. which case we don't actually need to synthesis. We might just be able to win. It's gonna be resistant to this, obviously, but... Now we synthesis. I guess if I was wanting to play around the crit, I should have healed, but, you know. But yeah, now we synthesis. They'll die via poison. I did realize that probably light screen could have been good, but... Anyways, it didn't die. Huh. With how much damage it's doing... Oh no, I guess it gets its move off first. No, okay, I was being distracted. You know, they do enough damage that synthesis is absolutely necessary. Alright, now we just have a slow bro to deal with. Maybe? I'm not sure. Okay. We absolutely outspeed. I'm gonna synthesis. And then we can sort of test out how damaging they are. So we're at 107. They psychic, because of course they do. Okay. About 45 damage. Yes. No, Razor Leaf is gonna be good. I think... Let's see what Razor Leaf does. It's super effective. It's stab. It's miracle seeded. That's a 3-shot. Okay. And it's amnesiaing? Ugh. Okay. Luckily, Razor Leaf makes it fine that they're amnesiaing. It doesn't mean much. Unless they crit us, we won't die. But I think I'm going to set the poison powder, seeing as that's a 3-shot, so that, given we're going to probably need to synthesis again before the fight is over. Curse! So their speed falls further, their attack rises, and their defense rises. They sure are buffing up. Okay, I think we have this in the bag. And unless we get crit, we should be fine. Do they have Zen Headbutt or something, at which point their attack buff matters? They have Water Pulse and Psychic, so they're just going to be Psychicing. Yeah, I hope he continues wasting the turns. Realistically, Psychic is his best option against us, and we saw how much damage that did. He hasn't buffed his special defense. Well, special attack, rather. Well, Razor Leaf. Maybe we get like a high roll or a crit. It is higher crit chance. Obviously a single high roll wouldn't be enough, but there's the crit! Clemu critting whenever possible. That is the Clemu I remember. Also, very fitting for Clemu to be the one to finish the fight. Alright. A little scarier than it probably should have been. But the diversity of the team worked out. We have answers to when our main options don't work. So let's use a full restore on a few of our guys. Strongly surviving at 5 was very scary. Alright. Strongest starter by far. Which I'm impressed by, because as I have mentioned before, Meganium and the entire, Chikorita line, never been one I have ever really paid any mind to. Anyways, I'm not going to waste full restore if I don't have to. So just going to use our Max Potion on Stormblade. Yeah, no, the drop below 10 was terrifying, and I knew that it was entirely possible that the previous attack was a low roll and we were just doomed. But I decided to take the risk, and it worked out, I guess. Probably wasn't necessary, given how quote-unquote comfortably things were for Clemu. But, you know. I'm just gonna full restore the rest. We have a good few of them. Actually, do we have... that's really our main healing item. Maybe should have bought a few more, but... We got 16 more, we got 4 more fights, only need to heal between 3 of them. Alright, let's take a PP trip. Alright, only used 1 Ice Fang and 2 bites. Nothing from here. 1 Shadow Ball. 2 Synthesises, which is rough, but we have 3 more. 1 Flamethrower. And 2 Slack-Offs, and 1 Ice Beam, and 1 Zen Headbutt. I think we're fine to keep going. I think we have enough to handle things. Now then, we move on to Koga, who I very much am a fan of Koga moving up into the Elite Four. I really like just the continuation of the world type stuff, like people moving up in position. Just vibes-wise, I like it. Yeah, no, I've always been very much a fan of Cyndaquil and Totodile, because I've done full, like, playthroughs of Soul Silver with each of them, and I just really like their designs. Like, I would still say that I prefer their designs to Meganium and that line. Chikorita's cute, but I think I prefer the other designs. But gameplay-wise, Clemou is doing so well. Anyways, they should be opening with an Ariados, meaning we can open with either of our Psychic options or Conpi. Meanwhile, the rest of their team, they have at least a couple more that Conpi could be viable against, but there are a few that they aren't. When I say a few, I mean there's literally 2 that are neutral. So realistically, we could Compy it up, but I think I might leave Conpi to when their Fortress comes out, because that thing will just melt. So, instead, I think Kokomakok will get into the limelight, because realistically, all they are doing for us is Psychic, plus a little bit of Dark and stuff like that, where Arbrega is covering a bit more. Obviously, Arbrega is a very solid pivot, and Conpi, for all but 2, is also super effective. So, we have options, once again. Yeah. Now, that is the thing about grass types, is they seem to almost always, at least in the earlier games, I don't know how much the meta has changed. I know a lot of things have shifted to make certain types or certain moves more feasible, but I always think of grass as more the status and slow burn, like stall tactic ones. Anyways, just making sure I'm not fucking up anything. I almost did. We have not leveled. Our new level cap is 44. Yes. No, like, I love from a, like, continuing of the world standpoint, in the same ways that I've talked about how I really like Johto and Gen 2, because it is a direct sequel to the Gen 1 games, and Koga is, like, one example of that. It does absolutely make me ask those questions. The structure, there's Dragon Dance. Wazy is 100% fully online now. Obviously, they don't have the comfort of a healing move, but we don't need Dragon Rage. But, the, like, exact function and way that the Pokemon League itself exists is something we've never had an actual consistent definition of. And it always just sort of, like, breaks my brain. Anyways, I'm just double checking. It's physical rather than special. It's a full 60 power worse. It can flinch, but it is also slightly worse accuracy. Our attack is a whole, like, 40 points down. I'm not going to worry about it. Oh yeah, Lazy is not going to be denied anytime soon. Yeah. Alright, and that is only one. Okay. I'm trying to be extra careful because we're only going up 2 levels. And don't want to over-level anyone mid-run. Okay. I don't think we should be getting any other, like, major new moves, other than Dragon Dance. Because I don't believe Arbrega learns anything relevant in these 2 levels. Arbrega is the only other member... Oh yeah, Swagger. I am not worrying about Swagger, given that we have a very tight moveset right now. Yeah, Arbrega and Wazy are our snowball, like, just bulldozing options, with it being much more comfortable with Arbrega, obviously, where pretty much other than, like, Clamu is our staller, and then Kukumakak, Strumbly, and Conpi are our blitzers. They are fast, they hit hard, that's about it. That's cool. I like that. I say it every stream, every time you mention it. I need to read the manga because it sounds like it does so much of what I want out of the Pokemon world, which is explore it. Anyways, let's get into this fight. Alright. Here's to hoping we don't get utterly fucked up by poison. I'm not too afraid of this fight, because we have plenty of options. But poison is scary. Yeah, I'm so curious to get into the manga. I really gotta do it. Alright. So, before I fuck myself up, because I'm just trying to be extra cautious. Yeah, it is Psychic that we're wanting right now. We Psychic. We have speed because we're a horse. Or a giraffe, rather, but you know. We one-shot because it's Psychic and Stab, and super effective. Yeah. We got coverage, and they got coverage. Immediately to the fortress. Can't say they expected that. Anyways, Conti, get out here. Because this is quad effective. Yeah, oh god, the Toxic Spikes. Hopefully Conti can just sweep a little bit. Let's Flamethrower. Should one-shot. Don't love that the Toxic Spikes got out, though. Means we gotta be extra careful. As much as we can do with Conti, the better. Alright. Now it's Muck. The one thing... Well, one of the 2 things that isn't weak to fire. Yeah, I never could pin down the typing of Fortress. I would have never told you Bug Steel. Like, the name Fortress makes me think Steel, but that's only after understanding what they are. Alright, so Flamethrower is just stronger, so unless Muck is secretly, like, a special defensive tank. Nope, they are weaker physically, but not, like, massively. You probably don't one-shot because it's not super effective. Let's see how much Flamethrower does. Obviously, we outspeed. We are a horse. only that much? And they're, oh god, they're minimizing. Okay, I'm curious to see... Oh, why do they have a black sludge? Why does this non-ace Pokemon have a black sludge? Alright, let's see how much a Flame Wheel does, because it's still we miss. Gunk Shot. What do you mean? Excuse me? Okay. 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 I didn't expect this from the muck. Psychic is the only thing super effective against it that we have. Is Comfy just secretly really weak or some shit? What even is Gunk Shot? I don't remember Gunk Shot. Is that just some, like, really powerful move? It's 120, has 5 PP and 80 accuracy. Okay, we just got fucked over. At least we didn't get poisoned. It has 70 accuracy, actually, in this gen. Okay, and it's physical. Alright, let's compare stats briefly. Okay, yeah, 69, 70 on defenses. Okay. Functionally the same defenses for that move. I don't see why it wouldn't just Gunk Shot again, unfortunately. Okay. We're gonna get poisoned. But we have a Citrus Berry on Cookmacock. Yeah, presumably, based on this essentially same defense, it shouldn't kill if we switch to Cookmacock. It'll just do the same thing if it hits, of pulling Cookmacock out of commission. Slack Off on our Brega could stall it until it's out of moves. But we're going to be dealing with poison as well. Yeah, the toxic spikes fuck with things. Okay. Just thinking about things for a bit here. Because I want to make sure I'm making the right choice. Yeah, that is the real question. Because it's probably safer for our Brega, but also puts our Brega at more risk. I'm going to start with our Brega, because that's the safer option. See if we can stall. Be it poisoned, of course. They hit the Gunk Shot. We made the right choice, I think. It's scary, but we made the right choice, I think. Because our Brega is a lot tankier. The fact that it's slowly healing is insane, though. So we absolutely slack... Oh, we're slower. We're definitely slower, aren't we? Actually, we are 2 levels higher. How slow is Slowking? No, we're slower. Oh god, why does the slow Pokemon have to be so slow? Yeah, so we don't outspeed. If it hits, it kills our Brago. Realistically, I think our only option is stalling. How we go about that is the question. Because we don't have anything that resists poison. No! I misclicked. I'm angry. I am frankly pissed off. I hit confirm instead of back up or cancel. I could have just maneuvered to the cancel. Okay. There goes one of our really, really good mons. Like, we have options still. We still have ice on Waze. We still... Oh my god. That is annoying. Yeah, the 70% 3 times in a row is insane. If that misclick had just been a little mistake that it missed on but was scary, like, I would have been much less pissed off, but holy shit. Okay. What moves does it have other than Gunk Shot? Minimize Screech Toxic. Okay. The Toxic isn't great, but I think it's Clemoo's stall time. Because Clemoo should outspeed. Obviously, Poison Power won't do anything. Is Gunk Shot physical? I know I was just looking at this a moment ago, but it is physical. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the case. I don't think it upgrades, but we'll see. Anyways, let's see how much a Razor Leaf does, I guess. We do outspeed. Unsurprising. Buck is slow. It's not as slow as our Brago. Yeah, that does fuck all. They 4 hit Gunk Shots in a row. They win the 70% 4 times in a row. I forgot it was super effective. What the fuck was I doing? I am annoyed with myself. I sent Clemoo to die. Of course, I didn't know that they were going to hit the 70% 4 times in a row. What the fuck do we even do now? I mean, well, come from a cock, I guess. Surely they'll miss. No, it doesn't. Yeah, no, he did take the Alakazam last time. Or maybe because he did take all of my mons, he does deserve the promotion. Oh, God, that hurts. Alright, I'm not fucking around, I'm not risking shit. That's why I wasn't fucking around or risking shit. Oh my god. We've lost 2 Mons in this fight to this Muck alone because of my own errors. Like, we didn't have great options after Monkey got blasted, but... Alright, the Muck is dead. Long live the Muck. Yeah. Yeah, we are still hitting, which is impressive. But we are poisoned now, so we have a timer. And this is the ace. This is the ace. Psychic should still be our best option. But, because this is a flyer, we have some backups, if necessary. Yeah. Let's see what a Psychic does. Crobat is faster, like the one thing that would be faster. And they're double teaming. What the fuck is this team? I hate this. Yeah, we can pivot to Jolteon. Let's see how much a wing attack does. Okay, I don't think that was quite enough for the poison to kill, but that's why we had the Citrus Berry. We hit through the double team. Probably won't one-shot, but Crobat is fast, not tanky. Okay. And they have a berry of some kind. So we will die if we attack. Meaning, we pivot. Double-checking what the Venomoth that hasn't come out, is gonna be wise. Okay. We don't have a specific good option once we're off of our Psychic options. But a good old stab, Aqua Tail, or Thunderbolt should be enough. Okay. Yeah, let's double check stats. Obviously, the pivot is what's scary. Oh, they only have a... Kumakok only has 87 speed. Where Strumbly has 108. Ice is... If it is super effective against Bug, Poison counteracts it, and that does not sound right. Yeah, no, Bug is not weak to Ice. It has no interactions. I feel like it should, but it doesn't. Yeah, okay. I think Strumbly's the answer. We get poisoned. That's where our berry comes in. Unfortunately, that's our only Pecha Berry, but it's being used at the right time. And flying is not very effective against us. That's nice. Alright, Thunderbolt, which is... It outspeeds us. I forget how fast Crobat is. We don't get poisoned. That's huge. Believe it or not, super effective stab Thunderbolt does kill at half health. And now, we're just going for sheer power. We absolutely outspeed. I don't think, even if we don't one-shot, it should one-shot us. But who knows? Honestly, at this point, it could have some bullshit. It's not secretly weak to Ghost, is it? No. No interaction. Alright. We got Thunderbolt, assuming that we won't die. Yeah, it's not his ace. This is his second weakest Mon. Okay, not a one-shot. They do have Psychic. It isn't Stab. We're fine. We're fine. Oof. Oh my god. Okay, we hit the Thunderbolt. We win. With 2 arguably unnecessary losses. Like, those gunk shots were gonna be a pain no matter what. But those losses shouldn't have had happened. Plamu could have been completely out of harm's way if I just remembered that poison is good against grass. and it was entirely a misclick on our Braga. Oh god, we're poisoned. I hate looking at the screen. Alright. Stumbly is very much doing a good job. Let's heal everyone up. Yeah, Stumbly is tanking a lot more than I expected them to. Oh god. Honestly, for stall tactics, I should have gone to Wazy during the gunk shots, because Intimidate would have fucked with them. I think that would have been the right move. We don't talk about Bruno, because why would we? He's useless. So Kokomakak is sort of just the answer, but Wazy can also fuck things up because they won't get hit easily. Cause, oh hey, would you look at that? A flying type against fighting types. And remember to level up. And remember to double check what the level cap is. 46, we're just going up by 2. Hindsight is everything. Alright. But why can't I have foresight? I want to know what's going wrong before it happens. Alright. Well, now I don't think there's any scenario where our moves actually get changed. Like, I don't think we learn anything that matters. Other than Crunch. That is just better than Assurance. I forgot about Crunch. Because it's higher PP, same accuracy, better power. It's just better. Okay. 46, yep, that's what we're looking for. So, unfortunately now, Wazy is our biggest, like, powerhouse tank. Which is annoying and sad. Oh, okay. Definitely not going as well as I was hoping. But, if we are to be like, morbidly practical about it, because we didn't lose Kokomakak, our Braga and Clamu are acceptable losses for the long-term plan. Okay. In we go. Actually, I just want to double-check something. Yeah, so fighting is super effective against normal, which Girafarig is, but psychic resists fighting, so it's neutral. That's what I wanted to make sure of. Realistically, it is possible that we'll just get outsped by something and blitzed, but yes, Clamu is the loss that hurts the most, but our Braga was shockingly, like, frequent in our teams, so it hurts to lose them as well. Alright, we only have 6 more Psychics. I guess I should have checked how much more we had of things. Alright. Slightly worrying. We outspeed. That's nice. We are not slow. We're just not, like, the fastest either. Not a one-shot. They dig? Okay. Let me just make sure I'm not completely brain dead and forgetting something. Yeah, okay. Yeah. If they're gonna dig... I'll just swap to my flying type. Yeah, I mean, flying avoids ground. That's just how it works. Like, yeah. Maybe it may not be necessary, but intimidating a fighting type is quite nice, just for free on top of all that. They absolutely are going to stack up here. Well, not stack up, what am I saying? They're obviously going to heal here. So I'll just get a cheeky little dragon dance. Yep, we were of the same mind. Setup is nice. Alright, now they're not gonna dig because we can fly. So they're obviously gonna just try something else. They have counter, quick attack, and triple attack. What the fuck is triple attack? It's a fighting move. Okay. Pretty straightforward. Not actually that crazy a move. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Given that we don't on Wazy have any, like, super effective stuff, I think it's just stab with Aqua Tail. Get some Aqua Tail use in here. Yeah, okay. That counter is scary, but not really. Or I guess it is. What do you mean? Yeah, I guess I could have set up more. If I had set up one more turn. I am making so many mistakes. Woo! Oh boy! Yay! Yay! Well, now our team is shattered. Wazy was like half of our coverage. Guess we're going back to Kokomakok. I would have been much more happy to lose Kokomakok than Wazy, honestly. Yeah, no, you're right. I just wasn't thinking. I should have been more worried about the counter. Let's see how well we can do. Okay, they outspeed and they blaze kit. And they do over half our health because they crit, because of course they do. Alright. I mean, okay, special defense down, cool. Yeah, Wazy was our only, like, real counter against Lance. Luckily, if Strumbly survives, most of his Pokemon are flying, but, you know. Actually, I think all of them are. But... what I'm checking right now is if that was an outspeed or a speed tie. It was probably just barely an outspeed. I mean, Wazy had Aqua Tail. Yeah, no. Our best option is Psychic. And if I switch off of Kokomakok now, I'm not really going to have a good time to pivot back. Just get someone who can do damage out. Also, if they Blaze Kick, I mean, you know, that works. Something tells me we ain't winning this one. Whether it's this fight or the next one. Oh my god. Okay. We don't need to flamethrower, we can just flame wheel. Yeah, he's out of healing. I just don't see how we win the rest of the fights. And that Onyx is absolutely an issue. There it is. Alright. Yeah, we don't really have a means to swap without just sacking. They have Earthquake of all things. Yeah, Wazy was the answer here. I mean, obviously they have Rock Slide, so Wazy was in danger as well. Let me check something. Yeah, there's no way Coco survives swapping. Can burn, can flinch. Yeah, okay. Obviously, they resist both of the moves I can do, like, typing-wise. Stomp might flinch, though. And we outspeed. So we do basically nothing. Okay, set up a sandstorm. Yeah, realistically, the flamethrower is the better option at this point. See how much it does. That's better. Probably gonna die to an earthquake though, which, I mean, I guess it'll get us our swab. Or we survive? I mean, okay. We're gonna die to this though. If I'm being honest, it's just get damage out right now. Compi maybe could have been useful in a couple scenarios going forward, but Compi has done pretty much all they can. I'm sort of at that point. I didn't expect them to survive. I did not expect that to survive against an earthquake. Like, hypothetically, if I had gone to Strumbly, maybe, but that would put Strumbly at risk. And I think, honestly, Strumbly is sort of our last ace in the hole at this point. Alright. Psychic, because it's our best possible option. We outspeed, so we survive. Sandstorm is going to buffet us, which means we're going to die if we get hit by anything, as if that wasn't already the case before. At this point, I think they have 2 more? Yeah. Okay, this is the ace. We have 2 psychics, so if we don't one-shot... not that it matters if we don't one-shot, like... You know. Let's see how much this does. Not a one-shot. Damn close. Come on. Please do some kind of non-damaging move. That is not a non-damaging move. Yeah, the crit would have been what we needed, but no luck. Now the sandstorm subsides. Well, let's see if Strumbly can deal with 2 different mons, including the ace. I don't think any of these other moves really matter. No, it's just go for stab. Okay, and then they get a revenge break. Okay. Unless we miss, we get to the last mon. Oh my god. My siege. I'm in pain. Yeah, this was a comedy of errors, unfortunately. But hey, we're 4 levels higher than it. We have stab. You never know. It might miss its attack. It didn't. Strumbly was the final to go. Okay, now we get to the painful part. Figuring out what the new team is. Okay. That hurts. Truly darkest timeline. Okay. Let's see what we can do. That was definitely going to be one of our most powerful team options. But, you know. And just for those who are looking at the Ho-Oh in my box and not remembering what the circumstance with that is from last time. Ho-Oh is too high level for the level cap. So we can't bring Ho-Oh. Alright. Well, there goes... Oh, I guess we technically need one thing in our, like, party. Something tells me the Execute's gonna sort of be one of our mains. Okay. Yeah, Kanto is our fucking demise. Alright. So, I think Execute is a decently solid option. Assuming that they learn Psychic. God, that sucks. Yeah, Dragonair would be very glass cannon against Lance. But we might be able to get, like, an ice move on them or something. But just double-checking Execute. Yeah, it's not like... The only thing they're weak against that we'll be running into directly is Poison and Dark. Which is scary, but we can just try not to use them in that context. Meanwhile, they, type coverage-wise, would give us... Trying to see what the best grass move we could get on them is. They learn Psychic at 47, so we'd have to make do with Confusion for the first 3 fights. I think. I think it's 3 fights. Yeah, first 3 fights. Which ain't great, but it's manageable. They could have Sleep Powder. Alternatively, we could Sunny Day Solar Beam. Solar Beam's only... but Solar Beam is 1 level off of the start. That's rough. So, Execute actually isn't the best option. There's a lot of things that, like, work against them, actually. For Psychic, we have Hypno, Jinx, and I think that's it. Other than Execute. The tragic thing is, if I remember correctly, I don't think we can evolve Nidorino to Nidoking, because I think we can only get 1 Moonstone prior to postgame. So it would have to be a Nidorino. So, you know, unless I'm wrong. I feel like Dratini could be a good move, just because I think they can get some good coverage, realistically. Mantine's water flying, so they would have flying, but I don't know how good that is. Jinx is a solid ice option, horrible psychic option, because they do not learn any psychic moves. or at least any psychic offensive moves. But there are only, like, naturally ice option. So quite possibly one of our best picks. Let me look at what Dragonite can learn. Because I feel like I remember Dragonite having some shockingly good type coverage. Also, just stats-wise, it's a good one. Obviously, want to avoid Ice like the Plague, Dragon, very much so, Rock. I think really there's only like 2 Mons that would know any Rock moves anyways. But looking at moves... Also just double-checking stats. Attack is higher than special attack. Okay, so we're wanting to look for physical moves. We'd have to move relearner them, which I don't know what the process is here. But they can learn both Fire and Thunder Punch through move relearning. Yeah, that's what I've always thought of Dragonite as, is just the brute force method, and I think that's sort of what we need at this point. They can learn Aqua Tail, Dragon Rush. The accuracy's rough on there, but we could put the wide lens there. Because Dragon Rush is 100 power and chance to flinch, which, pretty nice, especially with Stab. They'd learn Dragon Dance at 53, which is 1 level off of the start, so we'd have it for Fight 2 and onward. They learn Wing Attack automatically, but I'd probably just... Well, not automatically. They learn Wing Attack at 55, so not automatically, sort of the opposite. But I could just teach Aerial Ace, and that probably is going to do more for us anyways. I think Aerial Ace is a good pick, because that's Stab. They also can learn Roost through relearning. They could just be the unkillable tank. Yeah, I think Dratini goes in the team. We'll figure out the exact moveset. Yeah, Tentacruel is an interesting option. Certainly possible. Yeah, okay. I do want to quickly double-check how the move relearner works, like if it's nice and simple or if we need resources of some kind. Because that is sort of determining what Dragonite's moveset will look like. Revenge of Pumpkus absolutely is an option. We would not want them to come within 5 feet of Brain. Any of the Bruno Mons, but you know. Oh, I just realized the one annoying thing about bringing Dragonite. It's that we aren't gonna be bringing Dragonite. Do any of you remember what level Dragonite evolves at? 55. You know what the cap of the champion fight is? 50. We aren't having a Dragonite. We're having a Dragonair. What does Dragonair learn? Dragonair is much more limited. I mean, pseudo-legendary, it's the way of things. So, Dragonair is mono-dragon, so no need to worry about flying. They can still learn Aqua Tail. They can still learn Dragon Rush. They can still learn Dragon Dance. Just thinking here. Like, it's much worse coverage, but we could have Water and Dragon. just from moves learned. And then from TMs, we could get Ice Beam, Blizzard, all that kind of stuff. We could get Thunderbolt or Thunder. Flamethrower. Yeah, they still have, through TMs, a ton of diversity. God, yeah. It's so all over. But I think Dratini / Dragonair is still a valid option. It's just more annoying. Because it just won't be at its full power. Because rather than being just a total stat stick, it's pretty much the same as anything else we'd have, just with good type coverage. Okay. Okay, let's think in answers to the question of what we're up against. We need to have an ice type. Well, not acid. We need ice type attacks or electric type attacks. But electric isn't as good. Electric is useful, will be useful to have, but ice we need for Lance. We can have that in the form of teaching Ice Beam or Blizzard or something, or through Demonetta. For Karen's Dark-type team, which is secretly not a Dark-type team, really, Fighting and Bug are the types that do the most against Dark, but oh hey, would you look at that, she only has one mono Darkmon, so we can sort of fuck around. Ice or Electric handles one of her other Mons. Ground and Psychic and Dark and Ghost all handle her Gengar. Well, actually, Ground wouldn't. Her Vileplume, Ice, Fire, Psychic, Flying, all that kind of stuff. Flying has a good amount of uses. Not like a ton, but a good amount of flying. Like, flying would be an answer to Brood. Yeah, that's the issue with all of the, like, stuff like that. It's all post-game. The unfortunate thing, unless I missed somewhere, we have already caught a Mon in every place that could headbutt drop a Heracross. Because we had a lot of cases where we headbutt and got a different thing or failed to catch anything, so I don't think we can get our hands on a Heracross. Because unless the Pokédome, I forget where the Pokédome even is. I sort of brushed over the first half of your comment there. Where is the dome? Surf with Onix. Oh my god. I mean, Moonstone is what we need for Nidorino to go to Nidoking. Oh my god. Are we gonna go on a fucking adventure? Seems like there isn't any trees or anything in the Pokédome area, unfortunately. So if we were going there, it would be for a Moonstone. The nuclear option, you say? What's the nuclear option? Are you talking about a certain Explodey boy? Oh, merely 3,000 points on a Monday. Oh, God. Yeah, if I can think of a route that we haven't caught on anything on that I can catch a Magikarp in, yeah, you are right. We can just repeat Wazy. Oh, I hate that that is just a good option. I mean, that's what Wazy was. I just completely misused them. I mean, yeah, that probably is gonna be the correct choice. Okay. So, do we just try to brute force some of these teams? Oh, yeah! That was, the place I skipped over was on the way to, the Safari Zone. Let's see what can drop there. Alright, if I am looking at the route I was thinking of... That actually is a place to get a Heracross, technically. Can't guarantee it, though. We could get a Seal through Surfing. That could be a valid Ice-Water type. We could get a Chinchou for Electric type. We have an option for that already. I think we caught something on this route, actually. Did we? I think we did. I think we caught something on that route. It's the caves I'm thinking of. Yeah, because the cave at night can drop a Misdreavus. You could drop a Machoke. Well, a Machop as well. It could drop a few things. Right, yeah, there's nothing to catch unless you have Rock Climb in the one spot. Yeah, so we could catch something in the cave, which would either be a duplicate of something, or it would be... I want to double-check our dead box. Yeah, okay, we did have a Machamp before, so for Dupe's Claw's purposes, we could guarantee a Misdreavus if we wanted one, but I don't know if a Ghost type's what we need right now. Like, a Ghost type would work for Will. We never went back onto that one, yeah! What does that one have? I'm also just still glancing over what the route that was the cave we overlooked was. Yeah, okay. Realistically, it would be Misdreavus or another Machop or Geodude or Golbat. Quagsire would be a solid option, honestly, but we can't get one at this time of day. But finding that route... Okay. I am misclicking like all hell. I can navigate menus, trust me. So at night, it could be a Zubat or a Rattata. Or we could headbutt for a chance at a Heracross. There we go. It could also end up being an Aipom. That is, I think, like, one chance at a Heracross. Route 33. I mean, let's go ahead and give it a shot. Let's see if anybody has Headbutt. Hypno has Headbutt. Sure. We also want to make sure we don't just outright kill it, but if we just have, like, a powerful mon that is in front, it realistically should be fine. Just gonna sort of bring some things into the team for the time being. The painful part of this is gonna be if we want viable movesets, we're gonna go gambling. Yeah. Gonna bring Gunkus into the squad. They have Super Fang. They actually are a very valid option for catching. Alright, and then we need Clarf for the flying. Yeah, no, a Crobat could be a very viable option here. Good speed, good, like, offensive potential. Is poison. Alright. And this is why having a few routes left over is sort of actually a good thing. Alright. Let's go and catch ourselves something. Might be an Apom, might be a Heracross. Gunkus, honestly, I think is our best catcher. The Super Fang. Alright. Cram Crackle. Hit your head into this tree. Nothing. New tree. Gonna expedite this process just for simplicity. Because if I recall correctly, the way this works is specific trees, though it is random, have the, will guarantee an encounter. So we just keep changing trees until we find one. Also, actually double checking I'm on the right. Now I'm on the right route. Yeah, okay, good. Blackthorn can work for a second Wise-A. Won't be shiny, but maybe we need to humble ourselves. Alright, we got it. Let's see what it is. It's the Apom. Okay, I'll catch it, but whatever. Whatever, man. Yeah, I think a second Wise-A is gonna be sort of the thing. Alright. Super Fang. Oh, hey, Zero Hydrogen. Good to see ya. We are fresh off of a crushing defeat at the Elite Four's hand because I am a little bit dumb. Misclicks and misplays galore. Yeah, the smug aura of this Apom mocks me. Alright, realistically, I don't need to worry about doing this really beyond this point, so sure, I'll just throw a ball. Yeah, I enjoy Apom. Not happy to see it. There we go. A useless mon, all things considered. Admittedly, with me saying that, in all likelihood, we'll be like 4 attempts in, and Apom will be what wins. The bond. That is a good question. I always forget what Apom's evolution is, because I have never used an Apom. Apom evolves when they learn Double Hang. Still just a pure neutral mon with, like, decent stats. Very fast, good attack. Only interacts with fighting and ghost. I wonder what they can learn. Who knows, maybe Apom could be useful. They can learn Nasty Plot for some reason. Fling, double hit, obviously. Yeah, their moveset isn't anything to write home about. For some reason, they can move tutor, learn gunk shot. Yeah, okay, they have shocking diversity, like, through TMs and stuff, but... Oh, interesting. I'm excited to get to Nuzlocking the black and white games, because I have never actually properly played them. So I'm excited to do that. Alright. Time to catch a Magikarp. Do we need something worse than a Super Rod? Because I think I have the Super Rod right now. If we Surf, it's just guaranteed to be a Magikarp. That's probably the easiest option. Could get it with the Super Rod, though. Also, I don't know if I want a level 40 Magikarp. I think I'd much rather the 2 to 20. Alright, where's water? Could be water up here, yeah. Oh, I don't have a Surfer with me right now. Yeah. Normal type is always such a weird type for me. Okay, does anything no Surf right now? Yes! We have our guy. Whatever. God, this would be so much easier to plan if I didn't lose, like, 4 of our, like, most hard-hitting Mons right before the end of last stream as well. Okay. Let's Surf. Alright, nice and quick on the encounter. Level 10. Let's bite this thing a bit. And then throw a ball at it. This poor thing. Don't worry, Magikarp. You may be in pain right now because there's a rat biting you, but you will become one of our greatest warriors. Alright. Throw a ball time. We will brute force a team like no other, also known as the generic brute force team. Yeah, you can't get the final evolution. You can't get Togekiss. You can only get up to Togetic, which is unfortunate. That is something I considered. And without it being Togekiss, it isn't quite as good. Alright. Granada will bring us to glory. Alright. Is there any other routes we are forgetting about? Obviously, there is... I'm just eyeing the Wandering Legendaries. There's no routes to catch them on, but... Oh boy, that would have been a very silly option. But yeah, realistically, we have this route for whatever we want from it that can be caught at this time of day. Well, the cave route. Yeah, water types are really not our concern right now, because water types don't actually help too much in this Elite Four. I've already got something from Goldenrod. I don't think I've got anything from Violet City. What do our options look like there? No Heracross option for headbutting. We could get a Poliwag that would become a Poliwrath. Where do these gift Pokemon come from? I need to look into something. Huh. Well, I guess, depending on how we... No, I wouldn't consider the egg a Pokemon until it's hatched, so it's based on where it hatches, I'd say. Yeah. But, something I just discovered is, hypothetically, if we wanted, we could, in Violet City, get a Slugma, Mareep, or Wooper as an egg gift Pokemon, I think. Yeah. Okay. This could actually be where we get some variety. Alright. Let's head that way. Huh. Weird. Alright. Just need to check something. Okay. Need to look at our trainer ID for this one. We're getting to that point. Okay. So. So, we could get a Slugma, Wooper, or Mareep. What do we think is the most valuable to our team? A fire type, an electric type that we know can do work, or a water ground type? Okay. Well, we have an electric type in Luxazoy. Doesn't have great electric type moves, but we can fix that. Yeah, Quagsire is decent, and Mareep is Tiny Fist returning. Slugma would be Slugma. I don't think that's the answer. Like, fire has its uses, but... yeah, okay. Let me take a gander at their stuff. Slugma would immediately get benched the moment Ho-Oh is usable. That's sort of why I'm less inclined for them. So yeah, Quagsire, just a solid mon. Very slow, but just a solid mon. If it had Water Absorb, it would be entirely powerful against water as well. Only thing that can truly hurt it is Grass, which barely anything we're going up against is. Yeah, that's a pretty solid option. They could know Surf. They could know Earthquake. Surf and Earthquake do work. Earthquake it would naturally know at this point. Surf we can just teach. Stats-wise, is it more physical or special? More physical. So we could actually instead, if possible, we could move Tutor Aquatail, but I don't think that's possible. Instead, we could do Waterfall, which is only 15 less power, but has a chance to flinch as well. I mean, we have Onix. That's our only rock type right now. We could pick up, I think, a Geodude on that one route. Which honestly might be sort of the way. Well, that cave, rather. Yeah, that... if we went for, Mareep, I could see getting a Geodude. I'd have to get my friend in here for some magic, of course. But okay. Once again, let's think about what we're trying to counter and what counters the most possible. My brain. Okay. Will mainly gets countered by Dark and Ghosts, but Ice and Electric and Rock have some notable use. So, you know, realistically, we're going to be able to have Wazy in Spirit. Granada is going to be our answer, in a way. How many things does Earth actually help against? There's a handful of flying things. It is just powerful. It helps against Muck, but then everything else on Koga's team is neutral or resistant. Bruno's team is neutral, other than Onix, but you know. Dark type doesn't care. Gengar has Levitate. Houndoom would get fucked up a little bit. Yeah, and then it would just be Earthquake, and just Ground would just be useless against Lance, because all of his mons are flying. Okay. So, And water only has a few use cases. I think, weirdly enough, it may be Mareep as the pick. Mareep may be the pick. Let's just make sure that that's actually worth it. Because just gonna compare, like, stats and stuff between Mareep and Electrode. Well, obvious Ampharos is the one I'm comparing to, but you know. So they'll just be paralyzing people because static. They have 510 base, with good special attack, decent tankiness, a bit slow though. Then moveset wise, they learn Thunder Punch, they learn Discharge, Discharge would absolutely be the way. They learn Signal Beam, and they learn Signal Beam. Yeah, Rollout is basically our main rock thing. Which, I believe... Yeah, we have Rollout on Lexazoid, so that's a point in Lexazoid's category. But Signal Beam is on... is a point in Ampharos's direction. There's a chance to confuse. It's a special move, so good for, like, what their stat is. It's 75 power, 100 accuracy. And if I recall correctly, there's quite a few things that Bug is good against in this lineup. At least in the first set of, like, Mons. I think. Zatu doesn't care about Bug. Executor hates Bugs. Jinx doesn't like Bugs. Slowbro doesn't like Bugs. So about half of Will's team doesn't like Bugs. Ariados is half Bugs. So that obviously isn't. I feel like I remember Bug being something more prominent of a, like, weirdly useful thing. But actually a lot of things resist it. Right, that's what I was remembering. Dark type doesn't go well against Bug. Bug beats Dark. Which is sort of funny. The level cap is 52 for Will, meaning we would be all the way up to light screen at that point. Well, no, we wouldn't be up to light screen at that point. My bad. Brain. We would be exactly... 42 is the level cap, so we'd be exactly at Signal Beam. Yeah, okay. So, Bug doesn't actually do quite as much as I was thinking it did, but it has some uses. It would be diversity. But Lexazoid is quite good if we can get Thunderbolt on him. Yeah, and the dragons don't care about Bug. Yeah, alright. Okay. Brain. In that case, we could have Lexazoid as our electric type with rollout. Because Rock could just sort of, in many ways, sweep through Lance's team if we don't have our ice with us. The only Mon... Wait, no, all of them are weak to rock, yeah. Because all of them are flying. Oh boy, the Gamba. Yeah, there's gonna be some Gamba. So, let's bring Lexazoy in. We'll have Fernanda. Rimsky. We'll have variety as well. Demonetta will be here as our ice type, I guess. Or we could abandon them in place of someone who actually does more. Because we could have Ice Beam on Rimsky, where we don't have means to get a good Psychic type move onto Demonetta. Okay. Let's think about this. Yeah, that is always an option. We do have Bovbo. They don't currently have Rollout. I assume they naturally learn it. Yeah, they naturally learn it. They also learn Zen Headbutt for some reason. They also learn Gyro Ball for some reason. Okay. They also have the Stall of Milk Drink. That could be a viable, just sort of neutral option. Okay. Let's work with what we have here a little bit. So, as things stand, we have answers of some kind for all of Will's Pokemon, I think. Because if we just replicate what we had on Wazy onto Granada, or Granada or whatever, we'll cover pretty much everything. Depending on what we have on Rimsky, they can cover some of the same things. And Demonetta may not even be necessary. But if we bring Demonetta, they have Ice as well, which is good against a few of his Mons. For Koga, we got Rocks for the bugs. Some Psychic or Flying would be nice as well. Some Ground could be good work. Yeah, Steel type would counter. The only Steel type I think we would have any means of getting is Steelix. But I don't know how I feel about Steelix. I mean, what does Steelix even look like, moves-wise? I always forget. Because I always just think of Onix as bad, but I always forget about Steelix. So Steelix is an absurd physical tank, absurdly slow though, has good stats. Do we even have a means to... Well, no, we can catch a Steelix. There's places to catch a Steelix. For some reason, they can learn Fire and Ice Fang. Thunder Fang as well. They naturally learn Rock Tomb, Rock Throw, Dragon Breath, Iron Tail. I think Iron Tail would be their best option. Crunch, they'd learn partway through. Stone Edge, they learn at 54, so beyond our time. They could learn Earthquake. They can learn Dragon Pulse for some reason. They could learn Stone Edge if we could somehow get that. But that's Battle Frontier. Yeah, very much the same. Yeah, no, accuracy is a rough thing. We do have the wide lens, but that doesn't 100% solve our problem. Anyways, while I'm thinking about it, time to strip off any items we happen to have in the dead box. There's some Never Melt Ice. I need to swap to move items. So Never Melt Ice is nice. The wide lens will go to whoever has the most low accuracy moves. Soothe Bell, I forgot I even had. But it also doesn't really matter unless we're needing to friendly something up. Amulet Coin also doesn't really matter, but I'll take it right now anyways. Miracle Seed only will matter if we have a grass type. Aspire Berry, might as well. Metronome, that'll be for whoever is the most single-minded. Alright. What does Ho-Oh have? Sacred Ash. Oh, weird. Anyways. Okay. There's a lot of little different ways that we could do the team, and it is making it hard to come to a decision. Alright. So, realistically, we have our two generalists of Rimsky and Granada. Oh, with Waterfall you can? Okay. In which case, what does Route 47 have in store? At night, it would basically be a Ditto. For Headbutt, it's another chance at Heracross or Pinecco for a Steel type. For Surfing, we could get Seal. Or Chincho. Happened. Oh boy. Technical difficulties, woo! Alright. One moment, apologies. Because nothing can go right now. I love when everything around me works against me. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, basically, just thinking about this, we have our two generalists. We Have Lesixoi, but we alternatively could get a Mareep and get a Geodude. Or something along those lines. To have a ground rock type and an electric type. We could get a Dugong on the one route to replace Demonetta. Miltank is also sort of generalist, but in a very different way. We're more so building a generalist team, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Okay. Yeah, no, very much so they can be replaced by specialty. I think, regardless of what we want to do, while we're figuring it out, I'm gonna go to Cliff Cave and try to catch something, because unless we want to dupe, Misdreavus and Steelix are sort of the options, realistically, of things that hypothetically we'd want, and they are the lowest chance. But if we want a Geodude, I guess. Oh, my brain. This is why I try to do this between streams. Well, okay. Is there something we can't cover between... Are you serious? The universe fights against me eternally! I've never had this happen so quickly in succession. There we go. Hopefully that fixes it. The universe is fighting me. For simplicity, let's stick with Electrode. Assume that. Let's stick with as much of what we currently have as possible. We can think of Demonetta as an ice type. Because that's what they have. Meaning we have sort of 2 specialty, 2 general. Will gets defeated by the general, plus some of the specialty. Koga can get rocked. For the most part. 3 of his mons are weak to rock. The other one is weak to ground. And then Fortress exists. Which really needs fire or just a heavy hitter. Yes, very much so. I think we can keep a potential Geodude or whatever, and whatever gift egg we want for if we need a 3rd attempt. But yeah, so really, what it comes down to for the words, what it comes down to for Koga is we don't have an answer for the Muck or the Fortress, unless we teach Fire move to one of our Universalists, and a Psychic or Ground move to also our Universalists, or get a Mon that can do those. Meanwhile, Bruno, something with a Flying type move or a Psychic type move is what we want. Ideally, if it's a flying type itself or something like that, would be ideal. Something that resists fighting. That isn't grass. Well, okay. What flying and or other bullshit can Dragonair or Gyarados learn? Yeah, Muck is weirdly the thing I'm most scared of in that team. Very much because of that last interaction. Of course, statistically speaking, it shouldn't keep hitting. Yeah, so we're getting Ice Fang naturally. We're getting Dragon Dance naturally. We could have Hydro Pump if we wanted. Its low PP and accuracy is rough, though, so probably just gonna stick to Aqua Tail. Doesn't naturally learn any flying. Doesn't learn any flying that we can make use of. Okay. Yeah, in that case, Gyarados will just be a repeat of what we had before. So covering Ice, Water, and Dark. Unfortunately, leftovers are a lot harder to come by in Gen 2 than Gen 1. So I do not have any. Can Dragonair secretly learn Psychic moves? Preferably damaging ones. No. Okay. Am I just forgetting a psychic move that Demonetta could learn? Because if they can, that would be honestly a great option. They don't learn any naturally, which is insane. Learn Z Headbutt through Move Tutor, but oh hey, when you look at that, pretty much everything Move Tutor-wise is Frontier stuff. They can learn Psychic, but we can't get Psychic yet. It's only from Saffron or Celadon. They can learn Dream Eater, but they don't have a means of sleeping. They can learn Lovely Kiss if I relearned it. That'd be their only means of getting a psychic move. And that ain't great. Yeah, if I had done that before, we probably could have handled the fight way better, and... yeah, that hurt. Ugh, God. But yeah, realistically, that's much less of an issue. And with that in mind, we honestly aren't as needing a direct counter to, Bruno. The main thing to worry about is the Onix throwing rocks. Because it knows Rock Slide. But that's really the main concern with sending Wazy 2 at it. Okay. But realistically, we can just pivot off and back on. If necessary. Okay. So, getting something psychic or flying could be a buff for Bruno fight, but not really necessary, given the nature of being able to set up. Karen exists. Her Umbreon just sort of is there. We already have options for her Murkrow. We have options for her Ace. We have at least a option for Vileplume. And we have at least a option for Gengar. So we have options for her fight if we get that far. And then, I mean, hypothetically, we'd have at least 2 things with Ice, if not 3 if we bring Demonetta for Lance. So realistically, between Pranita and Rimsky and Lexazoid, we can cover most of our bases. We just want to fill in the gaps now. So, what do we not have? We don't have anybody who does Psychic. That can be fixed with either Execute or Hypno. They know Psybeam and Hypnosis. Meanwhile, they sort of exist. Execute is good, but let me check what their move list is again. The great difficulty of team building. Okay. In this gen, they get Woodhammer. Which does recoil. They'd get Leaf Storm eventually, but that's 90 accuracy and lowers our special attack, and is bad PP. We could move, Relearn, or Seed Bomb. I think that's sort of the best option. For just sheer power. Obviously their special attack is better than their attack, though, so... honestly... oh, my brain, bah. Okay. That is a thing to consider. Execute, not Executor, learns both Psychic and Solar Beam. Just need to see what levels they learn them. And then they have some options of things that can be taught. Yeah, okay. So they could be a solid option to get the occasional use of grass and to have Psychic in there for us. Okay. We realistically, if we can get our hands on Sunny Day, where is that? Okay. That is something we could pick up with ease. Yeah, planning for the Umbreon's a good idea. Yeah, so I think because of what they can learn, Execute/Executor, Maneka is coming in, because there are a Psychic Grass type. Yeah, that is sort of the plague of early trade evolution mons, because for some reason they say, oh, well, you get to pick when they evolve, so let's just not give the evolution moves. So let's see when Execute learns those important moves. Damn it. Execute learns Solar Beam at 43, so it would have to be after the first fight. Psychic at 47, so it would have to be after the first 3 fights, which is, you know, when the Psychic moves are at the most useful. That's annoying. Like, still probably a valid pick. Because they could have Confusion, or can they learn Dream Eater? And do we have a way to get Dream Eater? Dream Eater is in Viridian City, we can't get it. Okay. So, Executor is not as useful as an option as we thought. Still potentially worthwhile taking, though. They can learn Confusion, I guess. But at that point, probably better to just bring, like, Hypno. Because Hypno already has, Psybeam, which is more powerful than Confusion. They learn Psychic at 50, so similar position, just wouldn't have it for the brain. My soul. Yeah, okay. Alright, okay, my brain. They have Hypnosis. We could move Relearner to get Nightmare. And that'd be a Ghost option. I think in this context, Hypno is more valuable. If the level cap was just a little higher, things would be so different. Okay. So that's a Psychic thing. That's covering our Psychic stuff. Meaning, I think... our either last or second to last slot really should be something to take care of Umbreon and such. Which would mean fighting type. We could catch a Machop. We could catch a Poliwrath. Otherwise, Bug. Or just powerhouse our way to victory, but, you know. Yeah, it is honestly wild how tanky Umbreon is. Okay. Yeah, we really are, like, about 10 levels off from everything being at its general peak. And it's so painful. Yeah, so I think having some kind of fighting thing could be good for Umbreon as well as just Houndoom. God, stall tactics are very, very painful to be against, but really good, yeah. Yeah, so realistically with this team, Lance is covered as long as our Mons don't die. As long as we have, like, at least one Mon with Ice or Electricity, we should be fine. It really is Karen that is the wild card right now. So I guess, yeah, it is just getting a fighting. Let's go catch ourselves. I think I'll go for, unless its moveset is shit, a Poliwrath. Because that leaves, if we need to do a third try, that leaves the one route open for more options. Because we can catch a Poliwrath pretty much in any town. Meanwhile, Poliwrath will actually, because their context of use is against essentially Umbreon and Houndoom being the ace of Karen, it'll mean they're resistant to Houndoom. Okay. What does Poliwrath have in store? So on their own, they learn Dynamic Punch, which certainly is a move. Submission if we move Relearnered, which is 80-80, but has recoil. We could have Wake Up Slap. We could teach it Rock Smash if we were desperate. Technically Focus Punch exists. I think we either have or can get Brick Break. No, that is Battle Frontier. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, so I guess Wake Up Slap is their best option. Yes, I believe so. That's why I've never really used it. Because it's insane power, but it has incredibly bad priority. And excuse me. And if they get hit, they lose it. So, yeah, the move list for fighting at this point in the game is rough. Rock Smash could be nice for the potential of defense lowering. Probably just have both. And then just have them with, like, Surf or Waterfall or something. Yeah, okay. That works. Let's actually wait. I want to have our catcher, the rat. Alright, let's go catch ourselves a Poliwrath. Or rather, you know, a Poliwhirl that we, or Wag that we bring into a Wrath. Where have we not caught a Mon? That has water. Hey Noel, good to see ya. We are in the final stages of planning our team for our second attempt at the Elite Four, because the first one failed horribly. Oh god. I'm still hurting because of it. Okay. Trying to think of what place we haven't caught anything. And I just realized I don't think we've ever caught anything on Route 41. Yeah, I don't think any of the gyms have water. No, we did. That's how we got Mantine. Did I catch anything in the Whirl Islands, though? That could net us a seal. Not what we were looking for, though. Yeah, no. Even if we haven't caught anything there, it doesn't really net us what we want. So I've caught something in Golden. I've caught some... Well, we could catch something in Violet City. Yeah, let me double check Route 40. It's entirely possible we didn't catch anything in Route 40. Because all that we would have caught surfing is a Tentacool or Tentacruel. Which we have. I can't think of another time we'd go out of our way to catch one. So I think we might have caught one there. Did we get anything at Oliva? Even if we did, there isn't anything super relevant there. Yeah, the dock's gonna be fished at, but it doesn't really give us much of anything we care about. Obviously, we caught something at Lake of Rage. I don't know if we ever tried to catch anything in Cherry Grove. Once again, doesn't really do much for us unless we want a Corsola. We're almost there. We're basically just trying to figure out if we can actually, with our remaining routes, catch ourselves a Poliwrath, basically. Because it's either that or using up an encounter that could be for other things. Yeah, no, that could be a worthwhile pickup. Unfortunately, water isn't really, like, the best thing, but if we don't have an item for them anyways. But I also just realized... I mean, I guess you could count our starter as what we got in New Bark Down. But if we don't count that, technically it's an encounter. But that is no different, and it's not actually relevant. And I would count our starter. Did we actually ever catch anything on Route 27 and onward? That's where we got our Ponyta, I believe. Well, Rapidash now. What about Tojo Falls? That, yeah, we caught a replacement Golbat that died instantly. And that's still Route 27. Did we catch anything on Route 26? Yeah, Rock Climb is pain. Yeah, okay. I am shocked at how few places actually have Poliwags. Huh. Already caught something in the Ruins Valve. Okay. Yeah, I think we gotta catch ourselves a Machamp, or, well, Machamp to be. If we want ourselves a fighting type. And I think fighting is the way to go. So let's just take a gander at what the moveset would look like. We could get up to Cross Chop. Which is 80 accuracy and 5 PP. We could have Revenge. Which is pretty powerful. Vital Throw is guaranteed to hit, so that could help with some of the accuracy issues. It is lower priority, unfortunately. Yeah, it has some options. It has, like, shockingly, actually, a bit of diversity on the TM options. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the option. We get ourselves a Machoke or Machop and make it a Machamp. It was an option on both. The issue is there isn't really too much of relevancy I saw on the routes otherwise. We could get ourselves a Dodrio. Well, that's the morning. So never mind, we couldn't. But yeah, surfing and fishing-wise, it doesn't give us much. Other than maybe a Chinchou. But, yeah, so... '26 doesn't really have much, unfortunately. If it was morning, we could get Dodrio. Alright. Let's go to a cave. Which is beyond this game. Alrighty. Part of me wishes I had prepped more of a secondary team ahead of time, but oh well. Okay, we've already fought that guy. Let's see what we get in here. What we're looking for is Machop. Hypothetically possible we get a Steelix or Miscreants. That was another option I was considering, but we have a rollout person. And Dupe's Claws, so... It is interesting how down to the wire this sort of gets. The Crobat also could be very solid, but, you know... doesn't really cover more things that we don't have covered already. We already have a Krabby, so Dupe's Claws. Had to take a moment to remember that. I'm to expedite. They really want us to get the Kingler. But yeah, alright. Surely we get one soon. There we go. Honestly, I prefer Machop at a relatively low level because it means we can control the moveset more. I might talk to him to see if he has anything. Sort of doubt it, though. Alright, should be good to catch it. Alrighty. With that, a version of the team can exist, I think. Gromb. Alright. And now, let's fly away. Let's go Celadon, because we're gonna need to be there momentarily. I guess I didn't talk to the old guy. Whatever. Let's make sure that we aren't just forgetting things. What does our team look like? If we're bringing Jinx as our ice, we have a team. Yeah, Gromb will hurt many people, hopefully. Those other ways may or may not be suplexing you. Okay. I think that works. We have to settle on something eventually. So we're gonna need to level the team excessively. But another thing we need to do is gamble. Okay. Time to do some leveling. This will eat through our stacks a bit, but oh well. Just gonna double check for Grombin specifically that there isn't anything lost in the evolution being slightly later. Nope. Seems like they learn all the same things. Maybe just at different levels. Because realistically, what do we care about? Vital Throw, because it's decent power and always hits. Revenge, because it's revenge. You know they have Karate Chop, which is better crit hit ratio. Not too much worse than something like Vital Throw, but you know. Submission does damage to the self. Cross Chop could be a panic button. Yeah, okay. I think realistically we'll end up with Cross Chop, Vital Throw, Revenge. And I don't know, Karate Chop. Maybe a diversity move if we can afford a TM. They can learn Earthquake for some reason. Alright. Anyways, though, those are the moves that we care about, so as long as they get learned before level 42, that is what matters. Yeah, there is less chance in the Gamba, but the Gamba takes longer because I actually have to pay attention to it. Okay, looks like exact same. No need to worry. Let's get to leveling. Yeah, alright. There's Revenge. No need for Focus Energy. Yeah, so realistically we'll be relying on Rimsky and Granada the most, but the others are here for when other shit happens. Foresight can be useful, but Vital Throw just guaranteed hits anyways, so... And I don't intend to throw Gromp against the one ghost. They already have most of their, like, moveset. There's the evolution. That is a very good point. Look at you in the system. I was trying to do it legitimately and wasted my time. Alright, submission I do not care about, because I do not want to be recoiling myself. And we're going up to 42 now. Wake Up Slap, 60 power. So it's better power than Karate Chop, but worse PP. And doesn't have crit ratio. Yeah, nah. Besides, if we're desperate, we have a fighting type move in Wake Up Slap on Demonetta. Yeah, that will expedite the process so much more. Because it'll also mean we skyrocket in the levels to the point that we are just guaranteed to be getting a ton. Yeah, so we do want Cross Chop, because though its accuracy is worse, it's higher power than anything else, and has good crit ratio. And I think that is worthwhile. Alright, 2 more levels for Grom. Luckily, a few of our Mons are already mostly, if not entirely, leveled. So there's not as much of a concern there. Now the real question to decide is how much gambling do we do? My god. The Magikarp Nose Tackle! I did not get the Eevee from gambling. But I got it in Goldenrod, because Bill just gives you an easy. Unless that's what you're talking about. Alright, so they got Bite. Dragon Raid, we will not be using that. Alright, the first stack is nearly gone. Lear? No. But yeah, so realistically, learning from the Gamba, we need Lightning Bolt for Lexazoi, unless we go for the Wide Lens Gambit and have Thunder? But that sounds foolish, given how little PP it has. Alright, there's Ice Fang, that's important. Bye-bye Splash. No, it's... I would consider it one encounter. I do not consider the game corner to be a different place. And there's Aqua Tail. That's going to be the best stab move they get. And then they should be getting Crunch somewhere in here. Nah, no Rain Dance. The temptation of Hydro Pump, nah. Was I wrong? They don't get Crunch yet? Okay, never mind. Yeah, no, from that perspective, we are being a bit cruel. That is fair. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alright, I guess one of the big things to determine what our gambling looks like for how much we need to do is how many like tight coverage moves can we get from move relearning or just learning instead of TMs. Slam sure does exist. I mean, sure. It's gonna be gone soon, probably, but you know. Okay. Tragically, they don't have all the same, like, relearnable, like, I think it's either the Fangs or the Punches that Dragonite has. So, yeah, we're gonna... Agility, no. We're gonna have to be gambling. So, realistically, if we wanted to fully optimize, we'd be getting a Thunderbolt, probably 2 Thunderbolts. There's Evolution. Getting more full restores is absolutely a good idea. At least 1 Ice Beam. Sure, I'll teach it Aqua Tail. It's not, like, its best thing, but sure. It's a 90-power move. Yeah, so we have some Gamba in front of us, but through a little tactic called cheating, we can do it much faster. Dragon Rush. That is horrid accuracy. 10 PP. God, that's tempting. We could Gamba. Sure. Who needs Dragon Rage? Okay. God, things would be so much easier if this could be a Dragonite. Alright, 2 more levels. And then we can decide for good what we're doing. Alright. Well, I guess there's more mons to level. 1 more level to Demonetta. Yeah, the flinch chance is sort of what I was thinking. Probably the wide lens is gonna go to Rimsky now. Yeah, it can't get Dragon Claw until it is a Dragonite. I checked just now. It hurts. Yeah, no, like, if Rimsky survives, Rimsky will go with us all the way. Because they will become very powerful. But yeah, no, very much so. Oh, Psychic. Nah. But very much Kanto is going to be us restocking our Mon list in anticipation of Red, in all likelihood. Yeah. They can learn Dragon Pulse, which is probably actually the more fitting solution. And we should have it. So, probably gonna teach him Dragon Pulse. It's just, I guess, we have Dragon Rush if we feel spicy. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, but I don't want to risk making a suboptimal team because we're not wanting to risk things for stuff we won't get to if we fail. Okay. So let's think about this. We can teach Dragon Pulse probably in place of Dragon Rush, despite pondering that decision for a moment. Because that is, in this gen, it is a 90 power move with 10 PP, so the same PP, and accuracy 100. Or we could replace Twister, I don't know. Aqua Tail exists, but I think it would be better served as either Ice Beam or Thunderbolt. Or Flamethrower. I think teaching Flamethrower could be valuable. And then Thunderbolt is nice, but Ice Beam is valuable. Yeah. The rollout is going to do some work against the bugs. Okay. So, if we're looking at things... Alright, we aren't going to end with Twister no matter what, so I'm going to teach Dragon Pulse over Twister. And then we can decide accordingly after that. Do you have Shadow Claw? Huh. Anyways. Didn't we have Dragon Pulse? Where is Dragon Pulse? Wait a minute. It says that you should get Blackthorn City from defeating Claire. Did I already use it on something? Can't think of anything I would have used it on. I'm confused. I guess we're not getting that. So it is then the Gamba. In which case, there is actually a different version of things to consider, which is the riskier option. We can play the risky game. We can, instead of gambling for an excessive amount of time, words are escaping me. Yeah, I don't know where it went. Maybe we have to go back and talk to her after, like, she agreed to actually give us the badge. Maybe I'll try that. I don't know. But we could go, like, Thunder and Fire Blast or something instead of Thunderbolt and Flamethrower or something like that. And, then give the Wide Lens to Rimsky. Because though it wouldn't save the accuracy, it would improve it. Because that would bring Fire Blast up from 85 to about 93. It would bring Thunder from 70 to 77, and it would bring Dragon Rush from 75 to like 83, 82-ish, yeah. So, I could see that. I very much could see that. Because I don't think they need ice as much as the next guy, because they have Dragon. Admittedly, ice is even more effective, but you know. Okay. Either way, we are getting ourselves at least one Thunderbolt, and probably should get ourselves an Ice Beam. Time to do some shenaniganry. Alright, and okay. Actually, before we do that, I think I will, actually get my friend in here and evolve my little guy. Okay, so Dragon Claw is just pick-upable. Good to know, good to know. Alright. Real quick, going to jump to here so that I can do my thing and contact my friend. Let's get some music in the background, because this might take a brief moment. Alright, but yeah, I feel like once we, like, pin down this team, it'll work a little better. Well, not better. It will work out. I think it'll be good. But we'll see how it goes. We are much more generalized, I feel like, in this version of events. Okay. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes. I'm curious to see how our team plays. It could crash and burn or go all the way. We got some powerful options. Alright. Getting my friend in here now. There's that. That's being done. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Da-da-ba-ba. Alright, just gonna double check something real quick before I finish up with my friend. Want to make sure that, of something. Okay. All right. Just finishing up here. Okay. Alright, I guess in the meantime, we can think about a thing or two. Yeah, I mean, not playing risky and just gambling is probably the better route. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay. So, given that our Gyarados has an ice move, a water move, a dark move, and we have a full ice type with us, I think getting the extra coverage of fire for Flamethrower makes more sense than getting another Ice Beam or something like that. Alright. With that in mind, though, things are nearly finished up here with my friend. I realize it's taking a moment longer than usual, but don't mind that. Yo, I really love this song. Sandpoint City's song is so fucking good. I can't wait to get back to Gen 4, because I have not played Gen 4 in so long, but it is the one that I played first. It was my first gen, so obviously it's the one I have the most nostalgia for. I also feel like it might just be my nostalgia speaking, but I feel like the Gen 4, and to an extent Gen 5, but for me Gen 4, like, sound, is just sort of, like, some of the most satisfying and nostalgic. What am I doing? What is happening? There we go. So there's there's that, just making sure everything's in order now. Okay. Yeah, no, very much that is what I appreciate about Gen 4, is it feels like one of the most refined gens. Because obviously Gen 5 comes after and is still refining the style, but I don't have as much experience with those because I never played them. So that's part of the reason why I'm actually excited to get to that gen. Because I'm curious to see in practice how much more it refines it, even if I'm more attached to Gen 4. Alright, in which case, though, I think everything has been settled and resolved and such on the end of my friend. So... with the help of my friend, we have a new guy. Well, not a new guy. A new version of a guy Ba-da-ba-ba. Alright. Time to swap over and pause the music. Da-da-da. Yeah, okay, everything's in order. Cool. Alright. In which case, behold, Grom is more powerful. Fair. Yeah, no, that's very fair. It's funny. My original nostalgia is for Gen 4, but I've sort of, in many ways, I've sort of Pavloved myself into being a Gen 1 head. Because, I mean, the part of the anime that I most, like, strongly remember and fondly remember is the original anime stuff of Kanto. I've played Fire Red and Leaf Green a fair amount. It's the ones I've Nuzlocked the most. And yeah, I don't know. But yeah, anyways, so we got Grom at full power, but oh, whoa, would you look at that? While I was off the screen, I gambled so hard in like a matter of seconds. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, to be completely transparent, I was thinking of how much gambling we would have to do even with cheating, and went, if I'm cheating, why not just cheat harder? So it's all stuff we could have gotten through gambling, just without the time. No actual real cheating, it's just time saving because it's already like 10:20 where I am. Means we can get another attempt in here without having to spend like an hour just grinding. I feel like that's much more enjoyable. Especially when it's stuff that we could have just done anyway with time sync. Yeah, I would never do the cheating to give us anything that we shouldn't have access to. But given that, you know, we should be able, well, we are able to get infinite thunderbolts, ice beams, flamethrowers with time. I was fine with that. And I think sort of the biggest sort of thing is I'm fairly confident I never used Dragon Pulse TM. Probably just didn't pick it up. Saves us the time of looking for it. Hope you will all forgive me for saving your time. Alright, now temporarily we need to move things around so that we can fly back to where we need to be. Oh, I also just realized, for some reason, I've been saying all of this, and it hasn't been on the game. So my joking has not fucking meant anything. Why did it not swap to the game? Why is it not swapping to the game? God, fucking Naruto games. Yeah, why is it... Okay. Brute forcing it. Alright. There we go. That should fix it. But yeah, so... I didn't go, indeed, within the parameters of what we should be able to get. Cheap just an teensy bit. Yeah. So, got Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Dragon Pulse all on Rimsky. Kept Thunderwave, just where it felt like it. Though I guess technically I could have gotten even more coverage. Not gonna worry about it right now. Gave Thunderbolt to Alexazoi. Didn't change anything about Kranada. Gromb is evolved, and we can't see it here because I just took them out, like, put them in the box so we could fly. But, I gave Ice Beam to Demonetta. Gotta have the self-destruct, of course. That's our win condition in the end for Lexazoy. I think if we get to the end and we can do the self-destruct play, I probably will not, just because if we can get through it without, I'd rather, you know, have an electric type for the rest of the game. Alright. Now we can get Demonetta properly into the team, and then we can figure out who's getting what items, buy a few more full restores, and then we should be good to go. Full restores are what we want. Let's bring it up to... I'm gonna try to not spend all our money. Let's go up to 25. More than we had before, but still plenty. Alright. So, with what moves we have in mind, Canada is going to completely copy their forebearer and is going to take the Wildlands. Demonetta. Yeah, they get the Never Melt Ice. They have 3 ice moves and a fighting type move. I don't know if it does. It is technically, like, the Indigo Plateau, but I don't know if we have any encounters we can actually get there. Never Melt Ice. The Metronome, actually, I think I'm going to give to Lexazoy, because I think that should work with Rollout, and otherwise they have just one move that they'll do. So that'll up Lexazoy's power a little bit. They have more of a variety of moves than just Dragon type, but we have the Dragon Fang. So, I think that's sort of the way to go there. Because none of our other things really matter. And then Grom, I don't know what to give Grom. Destiny Knot I don't think is gonna ever be relevant. We could make some more money for no reason. I think it's berry time, which we don't really have much of. We probably won't be poisoned in the first battle, but in the second one, definitely have a chance of that. I think I'll save the Petra Berries for Battle 2. But Battle 1... hypothetically, we could get frozen by Jinx. So, I'll give an Oran Berry. Sure, why not? And I'll give Cram Crackle the Asphere, because why not? Yeah, but we actually sort of have options to give to the only person who has a Water-type move. So, if we fail again, absolutely gonna pick up Mystic Water. Just not do anything for Grom or Cram Crackle or Lexazoy or Rimsky or Demonetta. Only Granada would matter, like, care about that, and they are more diverse anyways, and all of their moves are not perfect accuracy, so Wide Lens, I think, is more valuable. With that in mind, though, double-checking that everyone's full health, yes. We have full restores. Let's do it. Make sure we have who we want out in front first. So Granada is probably our frontliner, because they have both Ice and Dark, which is good against Xatu. If they still have good health, we can just bite with Jinx. Well, like, against Jinx. Ice and Dark work totally fine against Executor. Dark is... yeah, so we have options once we begin, but I think Granada is our opener. Alright. Let's begin. Will our non-shiny Gyarados fare better? Oh boy. Yeah, realistically, this is going to be the last attempt of the night. We either go all the way or we fail and then pick back up next time. Which might be as early as tomorrow, based on the fact that we missed a stream 2 weeks back, and I sort of want to double up if I can muster it. I do have a backlog of videos to make, but you know. Don't need to do as much planning as I did last time. Or maybe I do. Who knows? Well, we'll see. Anyways, if I recall correctly, Ice Fang is the more powerful of the options in this case. Rematch time. Hit. It's nice. It's a 2-shot as usual. We get the freeze again. I like that. I like that. Clean beginning. Let's see if a bite can finish it off. I feel like it did last time. Not quite. Still frozen though, so it's fine. We're just retaining PP. Don't want to waste the Ice Fangs if possible. Obviously, they do that. But we get the free bite off, and then we outspeed, so we should just be able to win with an Ice Fang. Also nice to waste that full restore on his weakest point. I will honestly... what? Okay. Okay, not a perfect sweep with the first Mon, but it worked. We wasted the full restore, basically. Alright, they send out Jinx. Probably the weakest matchup for Granada, but we still have Dark-type moves. Yeah, almost certainly that was a low roll. Let's see how much a bite does. They outspeed us and they sleep us. Rather than trying to see if we can break through sleep, I'm going to keep Granada at higher health so he can potentially be a pivot if necessary later. In which case, though, Rimsky, I think, is the pivot here. Because Fire works here. Rock also works, but I think Rimsky has more of what applies for later things as well. So here's to hoping Rimsky doesn't get blasted to death. How much does a Psychic do? Well, Rimsky's not doing anything. That sucks. Psychic is annoying. Oh, that's also a good point. They probably had Ice Punch. I really need to wait and, like, listen to what you all have to say, because I obviously keep overlooking these things. Definitely switching that. Lexazoy has rollout. Probably not going to be able to survive long enough to do a second hit, though. Let's do the Mirror Match. We're higher level. Not very effective. And just double checking something to make sure. Fighting is neutral. Guess what? One move we have that isn't ice. Of course, we get outsped by the lower level drinks. Don't love the special defense fall. Oh, that does not do much. Never mind. Let's see what an Ice Beam does. Oh, wow, they actually withdraw. All right. Well, we forced the scenario, and then we're doing an ice move against the flying type. I'll take it. I need to remember that they will actually sometimes pivot and get their ace killed. If we can force a disadvantageous scenario for them, they will actually change. Alright. Against Executor... Ice is still an answer. We Ice Beam. And we Outspeed. Honestly, Demona might have been the choice to save us. Because if we just can Ice Beam sweep, that's huge. So now, it's back to the Jinx. They're back to the scenario they didn't like. They have better special defense than defense. They are so physically weak. I want to double check, but I'm pretty sure Avalanche is going to be our best option here. Because that's 75 May Freeze. That's 60, but double damage if we get hurt first, and either we had a speed tie or we lost the speed earlier. So I'm gonna Avalanche. Yeah, they beat us. We resist the Psychic, so we won't die. That was more than I was hoping, but now the Avalanche will be doubled. Makes it substantial. We're gonna die if we stay in, but we did good work. Doesn't resist fighting. So Grom could come in. It resists Psychic, so Cram Crackle should. Lexazoid is sort of the best choice, but they're probably just going to get obliterated if we're not careful. So I'm going to do the suboptimal choice for the more likely chance to survive. Alright, Ice Punch. Not enough to matter. We almost certainly get outsped, so I'm going to Revenge. Also, Revenge just, makes that easier. Oh, did I? I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Well, that's the first misplay, but that gets Lexazoid in for free. Well, did basically fuck all. We almost certainly outspeed, and Rollout is the option that is effective here. We'll then be going into Slowbro, where it doesn't really matter. I trust. They missed the Lovely Kiss. Love that. Means Lexazoid can be at full health going into the last. Come on. And we are at tier 3 of Rollout. So even if it's neutral, it will hurt. That was a crit! Jesus Christ, I forgot how tanky Slowbro is. Anyways, they're beefing up, so they're going to be taking even less damage. But hey, honestly, I'll take that over... I'll take them stacking up Curse over them doing anything while we're locked into Rollout. Because, though it sucks that their defense is getting higher, their attack going up basically doesn't matter. Okay, we missed the Rollout, they Curse a third time. Now is the time for Electricity. They've been upping their defense, not special defense. Hopefully it kills at that HP. Yes, it does. Alright. We had the unfortunate loss of the one thing we went out of our way to get that solved a niche issue, but it enabled that pivot. Okay. Gotta make sure to level and stuff. That could have gone worse. Could have gone better. Absolutely could have gone better. We basically had the beginning as a full repeat in many ways of how we lasted. Actually, I should I should heal first. Full restores. Yeah, mainly was an Umbreon answer, but if we just powerhouse, we should be fine. Renata is powerful. Other people are powerful. Alright. Well, that's 3 of our full restores. Still have 22 left. Should be enough. Alright. And now, just to make sure I'm right, the new level cap is 44. Expedite this a little, but want to be careful. There's the Dragon Dance. That means Granada is full power. Realistically, to open, because he opens with one of his bugs, I think Lexazoi might be the opener. But I want to consider that. Ring out? What? I do not remember this move. Weird! That is so weird! How powerful is it, actually? I never looked into this move. Huh. So it's 120 power when the enemy's at full HP. Wacky. Yeah, no, it's very weird, but it looks like the calculation is basically 120 if they're at full health. Otherwise, it's just a fairly simple calculation. Given that we just have 3 Ice-type moves and really don't need that many, I think I might ring out. Just need to decide which one of these I want to get rid of, because Avalanche circumstantially is very good. I want to keep Wake Up Slap, because arguably they're the answer to Umbreon now. Ice Punch has the chance to freeze. But also, we're so not physical. I'll keep Avalanche, because at least its power is high when it's useful. So I will get rid of the Ice Punch, get Ring Out, and then Avalanche is for if something is especially tanky and is faster. That's what Avalanche is for. Alright. And then we have Rimsky. Who's at 244 now. And Creme Crackle. There we go. Is everyone full health? Yes. They have the wide lens. They aren't real. Cram Crackle. I will take the Asperberry and give them a Pecha Berry. Because if we bring Cram Crackle in, the chances of them being poisoned is fairly high. Same with everyone else, but you know, the toxic spikes might happen. Okay. So, as I was saying before, I think Luxazoy is a good opener, because Ariados, weak to rock. Gromb is just holding a berry. An Orin berry at that. It's 10 HP. We have more. Venomoth is the same typing, so, you know, it works. Muck, which is the scary one, is going to be Cram Crackle to handle. Fortress is going to be for Rimsky to handle. And honestly, Rimsky could handle Ariados and Venomoth as well. And then Rock is for Crobat. Okay. Alright. I think I will give Rimsky some time in the sun. No. Rimsky. Because I think Rimsky, even as just a Dragonair, is a bit more tanky. 63-71. Never mind, they are less tanky. We swap back. Mem. Yes, I have become mem for this, I guess. Yeah, no, this is where I just fully cheat and start using save states, but call it that I am pulling a Cyrene and am just doing infinite cycles. Alright, final check. We're at level cap. We have items held. We have full health. Nobody's PP is so horrid that they'll be an issue. Let's go. We gotta reverse time! Surely we'll win next time. Alright. Yeah, listen, we just gotta keep doing it and looping and failing until they add a new Pokemon to the game that doesn't exist currently. Alright. Roll out. Get rocked. Probably won't one-shot at this tier, but... Oh my god! What? What? Is rollout just initially really bad? Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, that really is what they were doing. Anyways, I don't love that we're locked into rollout and that's how much damage we took. Okay. Yeah, okay, we won't die to this, but... Or we will because they crit. Well, Lex is always gone. That did not go as planned. Yeah, not as planned. Rollout did not do what I wanted. Whoop. Okay. Flamethrower is the answer here. Especially because they full restore. Hate that we lost Amon in the first Mon of theirs, but nice to lose the full restore. Why is Ariados so tanky? Why would it be this tanky? It's not even that tanky. What is happening? At least we have speed and we can kill. Yeah, wasted heal. One for one at this point for... Oh god, Koga, you're killing all of my guys! Okay, they go to Muck. For Muck, our answer to Muck is Cram. Assuming Cramcanical doesn't instantly die, they hopefully can do some stuff. They immediately gunk shot and immediately hit, because of course they do. Surely this won't one-shot. It doesn't one-shot. Anyways, Hypnosis? Because a side beam won't kill. A side beam won't kill. We get it. We outspeed and we get it. Okay. That might be the win condition. We side beam. Oh, I also just realized I could have disabled, actually. Yeah, okay, that's like, at best, a 3-shot if we high roll and that was a low roll. Probably a 4-shot, given that they have a little bit of self-heal. Just stay asleep, please, Muck. Go for the max, like, 3 turns or whatever. Was that a crit? No, but it woke up. But it misses the gunk shot! Oh my god. Okay. I think we can kill. I'm crossing my fingers that this kills. Like, we don't low roll or something. We low rolled. It hits... Okay. We've lost our psychic. It's waste... if we just didn't low roll. I feel like that was a worthwhile risk, because it could have killed, and Hypnosis wasn't guaranteed to work. Okay. Anything will kill at this point, and it won't be healing, because they wasted their heal. We still have Fortress to come, which we want Rimsky for, and they still have their Ace of Crobat, which Rimsky would also work very well for. What is the comparison of speeds? That is the real question. 50 on Muck. $70 base on Rimsky. Rimsky should outspeed. The Muck has taken so much from me. Okay. Just gonna Thunderbolt. Because it's the highest PP thing we have. That's true. That's true, we could have checked that. But, unnecessary. We managed it. They send out the Fortress. Little do they know, we have the answer to this. Of course it protects. Surely it won't get the double protect. We outspeed. Does this one-shot when it's quad effective? Not quite! Just enough for them to get the toxic spikes, of course. I wonder if that was a low roll. Anyways, we got Thunderbolt because we have more of them. Oh, that'd do it, that'd do it. That would absolutely stop them from getting one shot. Anyways, Thunderbolt the Crobat. It's faster, of course. It double teams, of course. We hit the Thunderbolt. Probably won't one shot, but that's big. Yeah, okay. Solid 2-shot. Or, because of that, not a 2-shot, but you know. Oh, I hate that it's just double teaming. Like, if we hit good for us, it means that we're just being fine, but... We hit the... Yeah, oh! Come on, just crit and we're good. Okay, no crit. But, surely we hit a 3rd time, and don't get killed by a single wing attack. I hate how much that did, but Rimsky hits the 3rd Thunderbolt! Yeah! Woo! Rimsky MVP! Oh, God. Venomoth is all that's left. Let's see what we're up against. Want to be extra careful here. Flamethrower would do good work. It's lower level. It's not super tanky. And it is fairly speedy, faster than us. What moves does it have? It has Psychic, it has Gusts, Toxic. I'm not going to risk Crimson. If I can help it. It will outspeed, it's faster. So, now we consider our next best option. Considering what it's weak to, Demonetta would be our best bring-in. Because they'd resist Psychic, they'd have Psychic... No, they don't have Psychic moves. They'd resist the Psychic, so tank-wise, they're probably our best option. Granada would cut their physical, but that wouldn't affect Psychic. I think Demonetta is becoming the universal, we don't know what to do option. Toxic Spikes don't love, but you know. How much does this do? Not enough to be too scary. They won't be pivoting because they don't have anything to pivot. Let's ring out first, because that'll be 120 power. I'll take it. Half health. Don't love that. Demonetta now will die to something happening. So we pivot again. Unless Demonetta, I wasn't paying attention, Demonetta is just secretly really fast. She is actually faster, I just wasn't paying attention. We'd have to kill for Demonetta to be alive. Yeah, there is a slight delay. Dude, Yeah, I'm just worried that if I switch, I'm sentencing someone to death, but I think it's the way. Intimidate means their other moves won't be as good. Psychic still hurts, though. Oh, we tanked that fine! I underestimated Granada! Apologies! I did not know your game! Alright, in that case, though... we don't have anything that specifically kills them. But they're at half health, and they aren't resistant to water. So I think Stab Aquatail... and even if this doesn't kill, we have health. Also, we just can crit. That can also just happen. Yeah, no, that was I was underestimating Granada's tankiness. So that was the correct option. Well, once again, with one death. Oh, boy. Oh, well, two. You know. I forget these things sometimes. Don't worry about it. At least we have our two Universalists and Demonetta. also think of it this way, less things to full restore. Okay. Now we're on to sort of just the fuck it we ball fight. Which might mean opening with Demonetto. Because let's see, what does Umbreon have? No, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. I've jumped over Bruno. Bruno, we know who probably the best option is. Pronida Sweep is what I was thinking. Because Hitmontop can quick attack us. If we just stack up, counter won't mean anything, Dig doesn't hit us, and Triple Kick is bad. And also all of them will be intimidated. Like, intimidated cards. So, I think we're fine, as long as I just don't attack before I can one-shot. Then I'll be fine. Demonetto will not go the way of Wazy. I can promise that. Now, just double-checking. 46 is our new cap. Dragon Dance to Oblivion. The nuclear option, as you called it, Siege. Because, honestly, that should just sweep the entire team, unless somehow, a certain Onyx throws a rock so well that it one-shots. Alright. Just gonna double-check PP to make sure that we're fine. Yeah, still got plenty there. Literally untouched, but also dead. I feel like it's a pattern that our Machamps do nothing. Yeah, got enough there. Double digits on everything. They got enough options. They're fine. Yeah, almost certainly it'll set up a Sandstorm, at which point, oh, would you look at that, we can Aqua Tail. So, once again, final check, full health, at level cap. Have items. Do we want different items? Never Melt Ice. Dragon Fen. Wide Lens. We could give the Metronome to someone. I'll leave it as is. Don't think he'll make enough of a difference either way. Hoo-ha! Alright. This is as far as we got last time. Probably will go very differently. Dragon Dance. Yes, very much so. That is very much the pattern. You have nailed it down. Let's see how much Quick Attack does. Not enough for me to care. Alright, that's 2. If last time is anything to go off of, that is enough to kill the Hitmontop. But I'm not wasting this chance. We're just gonna Dragon Dance up to Oblivion. And they're just gonna waste their turn anyways, because they think we'll attack us someday. Here's the thing. With how little damage they're doing and the fact that they're wasting counter turns, I'm pretty comfortable just going up and up and up, because we're gonna outspeed, we're gonna outdamage. All of our moves are physical. I'm gonna stop now, because we're under 100. And realistically here, Unless there's something I'm forgetting. Just gonna be do the biggest move. His Hitmontop and most of his Mons are fighting. None of the super effective things we have. Yeah, never used Triple Kick. So let's Aqua Tail. Thankfully, Aqua Tail is 99 accuracy at this point because of Wide Lens. So the chance of it missing is essentially the same as a normal 100 accuracy move. Immediately they go to the Onyx, but we should outspeed and Aqua Tail should one-shot. I was right. And because we're flying, most of what they send at us shouldn't hurt too bad. Like, maybe a Thunder Punch if they have that, but we should outspeed, and Aqua Tail does damage. Really, the only thing I think could tank is probably their Ace, which, oh hey, would you look at that? Let's see if we stacked up enough. I'd imagine 3 or 4 plus is enough, but you never know. It is. It is. Stab, not super effective, but stab plus 4, it works. The nuclear option, indeed. Aqua Tail, I believe, is 10 more power, but 10 less accuracy, but it's physical. So, Aqua Tail is, for Pranada, better than Surf and is higher power than Waterfall. There we go. Clean sweep. The cleanest sweep we've had. Literally only need to heal 1 Mon and not by much. Yeah, they don't deserve anything, especially people like Bruno and Koga. All right. Now, if I remember correctly, yeah, level cap goes up by 1. 1 level for everybody. We could give them Hyper Beam. I don't think we need it, if I'm being honest. I don't think we need it. I think coverage is better than a normal type move that is powerful. Alright, being extra careful, because it's 1 level that we're getting. Safeguard? I mean, what does Safeguard even do again? Field that protects against status, right? Nah. Yes, Hyper Beam is very good. I just have never been too partial to it because I don't love not having turns. But yeah, so I'm not gonna worry about Safeguard. Alright, there we go. Now let's simply heal our guy, or girl rather. Yeah, I guess it's a full restore even though it's not necessary. Alright. Yeah, Super Potion would have handled that if we had any. Okay. So, Demonetta has the only fighting type move, which is the only thing super effective against Umbreon. What does Umbreon have? Double Team, which is annoying. Confuse Ray, which is also annoying. Feint Attack, and Payback. They have a stab move that can hit any of us for, like, decent damage. This is the main issue with Demonetta. Because they are psychic, they will get fucked up if they don't kill in time. I think it might be a just hit as hard as we can, as fast as we can. Which, we just look at stats. They have a physical attack of 124, Aquatail's stab. I should probably put some PP on Aquatail. That'd be pretty good. Because that's 90 power stab, 124. Much lower attack and special attack on Rimsky. So even with the stab and the Dragon Fang, probably Granada is still the better option. For Giga Impact? Let me check. I honestly don't know. Yeah, I'd love to try to build the Dragon Dances. I don't know how much we'll be able to afford. But let's look at GX. We have Hidden Power, Focus Punch, Iron Tail. No Giga Impact. Alright. But, yeah, I think, regardless, Granada is the way to go. Because also they'll have the physical, which I believe is Feint Attack physical. I feel like it is. It's physical. So, all of her damaging moves on Umbreon will be halved. Confuse Ray could be a bitch, but I think we should be able to handle it. Before we start, I want to use an Ether. Yeah, because Ether is 10. Max Ether is fully restores to a single move. Max Elixir is fully restores to everything. And Elixir is restores to everything a bit. So, Ether is what I want. Because though it's overkill, it is the least overkill. I don't believe I do, I will double check. I had basically no berries. Okay. Did anything else... Actually, while I'm in my bag. Behold, the berries I have. Defrosting, poison, and 10 health. I did not gather berries. I did not worry about that. Alright. We have enough Ice Fangs. We have enough Bites and Dragon Dances. We have enough Thunderbolts, Flamethrowers, Dragon Pulses. We have enough of everything, I'd say. Okay. I'm just being extra careful, because this is the furthest we've gotten. Granada, yeah. Let's do it. Let's hope that we don't get confused to death. Because every time we buff ourselves will mean we hurt ourselves more if we get confused. Yeah, that sucks. Alright. Let's try a Dragon Dance. We outspeed. That's a good thing to know. They start with the double team. I hate that. But I think I'm going to go for another Dragon Dance. This may be a mistake, but I'm going to try it. They double team again. This could be either really good or really bad. I'm now going to attack. We miss, because of course we do. Oh my god! This is gonna be painful. We hit! That's all we needed. And it was a crit! Yo! Through the triple double team into a crit with the +2. No way they were surviving when 5 levels lower. Okay, Murkrow. I think Ice Fang is the answer here. Is there a flying type? Just trying to be as careful as possible, though. Yeah, Ice Fang. Ooh, it has Sucker Punch. Good to know. Just gonna refresh my memory real quick. Sucker Punch. Okay. I think I'm gonna bait the Sucker Punch and Dragon Dance instead. Whirlwind instead. What? What? Why do they Whirlwind? Why do they have Whirlwind? I am baffled. Okay. It forces you, but it escapes you from a battle. It doesn't work in combat, in like trainer battles. It is a purely non-trainer battle move as far as I can tell. Surely it tries the Sucker Punch this time. Otherwise, I just get the Dragon Dance. Oh. No, oh. Right, that's what it does. God damn it. I was forgetting what it actually does. I forgot what it does in trainer battles. Don't know why it failed then. Anyways. Thunderbolt? I only have attacks now, really. I'm gonna Thunder Wave, because that bypasses Sucker Punch potential. Don't love that. Oh, that was my mistake. I quickly skimmed over the Gen 1 description. Oh well. Probably could have just killed. Yeah, the Dragon Dance's stacks. Probably not what she wanted. Anyways, now I'm gonna Thunderbolt. Now it's... Don't kill Rimsky. Oh! Rimsky lives! Rimsky lives! The one time I fucking attack, they go for the Sucker Punch. Okay, didn't one-shot, but... I pivot back to Granada. Cut their attack again. They full restore, not surprising. Full free switch. Now the full restore is out of the way. I Dragon... it might Whirlwind. I Dragon Dance, though. Main attack, okay. Does more than I expected it to. But if it's starting to do feint attacks, I am fine to set up again. Unless it Whirlwinds again, of course. Alright, I'm only gonna do 2. Because it can just Whirlwind us out of here. Alright. Now we Ice Fang. Didn't Sucker Punch, that's good. So we're +2 at this point. That's enough to one-shot Murkrow with the super effective, of course. Alright. That did not go exactly how I intended, but it went. Okay. Houndoom next. Alright. This is the ace, but we are +2, resistant to fire, and we have a super effective move. Aqua Tail. We outspeed. Let's see if it's a one-shot when we're even leveled. It one-shots, baby! That's why I double Dragon Dance. Alright, the nuclear option seems to be working a second time. God, we probably could have won on the first run if I had just done this correctly. Alright, and then a Vile Plume Aqua Tail is not the answer. But Ice Fang is. I always forget that ice is strong against grass, but it makes sense. Yeah, we're almost to Lance. I'm not gonna say we're there yet, but there is just a Gengar in our way. And we're a +2 Gyarados. Alright. So, Bite is our only option that's super effective here. Let's see how much it does. We can just crit and win. That's all it is. That's all it takes. Granted a sweep with a little help from Grimsky. Yeah, I feel like it should apply to Bug. I feel like Bug should be weak to ice. If anything, I feel like Bug should be more weak to ice. Well, like, more than grass. Alright. We are to the champion. Okay. We have half our team, but we're there. And all of them have something super effective against all of his Pokemon. Weirdly enough, I think, I'm hesitant to say it. I'm hesitant to say it. We might have this. So, first off, level cap. The level cap is 50. Yeah, it really does just work. If you're smart about how you play, so not what I was doing last run, and just time your Dragon Dances correctly and have good offensive moves that have coverage, it just obliterates. Yeah, so level cap of 50. Sadly, not to Dragonite yet, but we're at our most powerful. Alright, trying to be careful. We only have so many Mons. Alright. Perish Song. I don't know. Perish Song can be good, but usually they just switch. Yes, he has 3 underleveled Dragonites. Don't question it. Probably just another of his filthy crimes. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about Perish Song. Hypothetically, if the stars align, it could be a useful thing, but yeah, I'm on my Lance Hater arc. Okay. He is indeed built different. In fact, incorrectly. Impossibly, even. Alright. So, let's consider for a moment. He opens with a Gyarados of his own. That is why we have a Rimsky. A Thunderbolt to all hell. Then, he has 3 Dragonites. That is why we have Cranida and Damonetta for the ice. Then he has an Aerodactyl. That is why we have literally any of our options. Any of them can work. And then he has a Charizard. That is why we have Rimsky or Cranida. God. Fucking Perish Song is so stupid. Okay. In which case, though, Rimsky opens. Let's double check PP, because we can be pretty just vigorous in how we use it. I might up Thunderbolt just to be safe. Because this is realistically the only time we ever care about upping PP mid-battle, or like between battles. I think I'll use an Elixir on Cranida. And Damonetta exists, she's fine. She has plenty of ring outs and wake up slaps, and between Ice Beam and Avalanche, plenty of ice. Alright. So, an Ether on Thunderbolts. Oh, that is a good point. I could teach over fire, like Flamethrower, to learn, like, Surf or something. That's an idea. Just to have that coverage. I mean, I'd hate to lose all that effort I put into gambling. But I think you're right. I think that is the right idea. Let's see. What are our water-type move options? Realistically, it's Surf, but you know. Oh, Surf is actually higher power than I thought. I remembered it to be. It is actually slightly better than Aqua Tail, but it's special, not physical. Whoa, crazy. Both of them can learn it? I would have never known. Yeah, the main reason for Aqua Tail over Surf is, though it is slightly weaker, Dragon Dance works. Alright. Flamethrower goes bye-bye. Feels very weird to do, because I always try to covet those moves, but we're being tactical. Yeah, I want another one, I can gamble for another one. Okay. With that in mind, we have another water-type option. I think we're ready. Because outside of one Dragon Dance, Cranida is at full PP, and outside of one Thunder Wave, Rimsky is good. I think we're ready. We're gonna need to get Rimsky out of there as soon as something with an Ice-type move or Dragon-type move comes in. This is where we want to check movesets real quick. Okay. An opening Gyarados has Ice Fang. Huh. But if we outspeed, we just are fine. I don't know if we do that. Probably not. Which is worrying. Their initial Dragonite doesn't have an Ice move, but does have Dragon Rush. Their second one has Blizzard. Their Aerodactyl doesn't. Their Charizard doesn't, believe it or not. And then, yeah, so they only have one Mon with an Ice-type move. But, both of their lower-level Dragonites have a Dragon move. So does Charizard. God, yeah. Yeah, alright. We're ready. Everything is ready. Let's see if Rimsky dies instantly. Let's do it. Champion battle. Lex would have been such a great opener. We have the level advantage. They intimidate, but we're mainly special. That's the other reason to have Rimsky out here. We Thunderbolt. They outspeed us still. Please don't one-shot. It doesn't one-shot. That's what we needed. Surely a quad-effective Thunderbolt when we're 4 levels higher is enough. It isn't. Rimsky will die if they stay in. Do we think that's low enough for a heal? Do we think they'll heal at that low? Either way, I think swapping is the right move. It's just scary. Because at most, if they heal, Rimsky gets another shot off, but doesn't kill, unless they crit. In that case, they don't have an electric move on on their Gyarados. So I think Granada is the option. We unfortunately don't have on Granada anything that actually like is super good, but if they don't heal, then we can just kill. Besides, we get the Intimidate off, so we're less likely to get one-shot or anything. They did! So that's just a free swap. I'll take it, I guess. Aqua Tail's a stupid option. I don't know how much damage we'll be taking. Ice Fang is higher power than Bite. Do we risk a Dragon Dance? Yeah, he has a means to hurt us. Admittedly, Dragon Pulse is special. It is high power, but it's special. Which... realistically, his special and his attack are about the same at this point. After being halved. Yeah, I think I just need to attack and see how much damage we do. And then suffer the consequences. We presumably outspeed because this is a mirror match. This is tricky. This is very tricky. Okay. I'm gonna Ice Fang. I think I'm gonna Ice Fang. We'll go from there. Yeah, that is tempting. Oh, God. It is the Gamba. It is the Gamba. And if we win the Gamba, we win the rest. We Gamba. Confirmation we outspeed. They Ice Fang us. So they're still relying on physical. That was a crit. That was a crit. That is important. I hate that it happened, but that was a crit. Let's see what ours does to him when we're +1. less, but that makes sense, we didn't crit. That's more reasonable. I hate how much damage we've taken, but... I guess I could have done another Dragon Dance or two, and done that instead of just back and forthing, but I think we kill here. If we high roll. This hurts. We kill. And we should outspeed a decent amount of things. We're only +1. We're only +1. It's the Aerodactyl. Ice works. Water works. We're gonna go for the stab of water. But God, are they fast. They're faster than us. They have 130 base speed. They are fast. They will hit us before we hit them. What are their moves? Aerial Ace, Crunch, Rock Slide, Thunder Fang. A Rock Slide, if it hits, would just obliterate us. A Thunder Fang would obliterate us. We need to hit it. If they do Crunch, and we go to Demonetta, that is dead. That Gyarados fucked us up. Yeah, I don't get why Aerodactyl is that fast. We haven't even gotten to the Dragonites, man. Okay. Demonetta is easily the most disposable of the party. They're also the most high health. Ice works here. Aerial Ace. What do you mean it does that much damage? I mean, we're dead. It's just gonna outspeed us. Well, I think that's a loss. None of our things can outspeed. Unless it misses an attack, we're doomed. Or if we just... I think that is realistically the only way to win, is intimidation pivoting. No stacks. So we have a nice option on Granada. Presumably we'll die to anything they throw at us because they have super effective. I'm gonna Aqua Tail. Of course it rock slides, of course it hits. And it kills. Yeah. We've lost. That sucks. Honestly? No, it wouldn't. Going from the Gyarados into the... We survived at 1. Wait. You have no right surviving at 1, Rimsky. Not like it's gonna matter unless they miss. I guess I could have Thunder Waved. I didn't expect to live, though. They withdrew Aerodactyl? Okay. Do we There's no way we outspeed. We're the worst version. Okay. They missed the Thunder. We Thunder Wave. I don't think it's likely. I don't think it's very likely at all. But is it happening? The 1 HP Gambit. Okay. This is a Dragonite we're dealing with. It is weak to Dragon. That is what we have for it. Probably won't kill. But it's paralyzed. You never know what will happen. It was a crit! Rimsky is underdogging like no other. A second Dragonite. Yeah. Now that I know that the Dragon Pulse just kills. Well, no, it was a crit. Never mind. They activate Blizzard, we're dead. Well, not farther than expected. Definitely farther than expected. Not far enough, though. Damn. Really tripped us up with that Gyarados. I didn't expect that. That sucks. That really sucks. We hypothetically have whatever left we have, but the chances of it working are so incredibly low. Like, there's stuff we could do here that's hypothetically gonna work, but I doubt it. Either way, I'm calling it for tonight. Just sucks. Yeah, oh well. Given how unlikely the chances are with our remaining Mons and, like, catch opportunities for us to do any more, I'm tempted to call the run there. I'm tempted to just call the full run. We've attempted twice, almost made it. 2 solid attempts. Well, one much more solid than the other. But at this point, what we have left is so middling. So many of these Mons just don't get moves. And the ones that do just don't have the stats to back them up or aren't what we need. So... and we basically have no encounters left. And... I don't know, it would feel sort of weird to do another stream where we do a single attempt once I've, like, figured out, in the meantime, what our setup is, and then... just sort of, that be it. So, I don't know, I think I might call this run here. At which point comes the question. Do we leave Gen 2 as a loss for now? Do we leave it as a loss and move on to Gen 3? Just for the sake of continuing through the games? Or do you want to see another attempt? I'd probably switch to Soul Silver just for slight variety. Is that something that's interesting? I know we did that for Fire Red Leaf Green, but this is absolutely a denser and slower game, so it would absolutely sort of take things longer, if that makes any sense. Realistically, I can make the call if there is no opinion, but I could see either way. Fair. Appreciate the sentiment, though, of that you'll watch whatever. I not at all sarcastically, honestly. I do appreciate that. But, yeah. Because I can see merit to both. It's sad to leave it on a loss. It would be great to get to red, if possible. But at the same time, I could see going forward, just for variety's sake, we can come back to it at some point in the future if we want to. But at the same time, it's a loss. Could be a win. If there aren't any strong opinions, I'll just sort of decide between now and next time I stream, which could be as soon as tomorrow, could be as late as 2 weeks from now, because that'll be when we have an opportunity. That could be an interesting thing. Yeah, that actually is a totally fair thing. Returning as a randomizer could be a fun way to spice things up. With that as a thought, I don't think that'll be what I jump straight into, but I think I might move to Emerald and then at some point come back with that as a added, just sort of chaos factor. I like that. But yeah, in that case, Gonna leave things there for now. Feel like I felt a lot better about that second run. I don't think there were any major mistakes as much. There were just a lot of calls made, gambles made, and it paid off for the most part until it didn't. And yeah. Sort of, like, still annoyed about the first run, but second one, I'm happy with. And yeah. So, if I muster the energy and courage, I guess we'll be starting a Emerald Nuzlocke pretty soon. I do sort of like the idea of just following up like tomorrow or something, because I have the time tomorrow. I should be doing some video stuff. I really ought to do that. That would really be the only reason I don't stream. But I'll make an official announcement tomorrow morning. Morning-ish. Afternoon, realistically. And if I'm doing stream. If there's no announcement by, like, 3 or 4, assume it's not happening. But if that's the case, it'll just be later. Otherwise, though, next week should be, unless there's something I missed about when it's actually coming out, Graham yet. Next week should, on Tuesday, be Zenless 2.2, I believe, if that's the correct number. It's late, and so many games. So many games with different update numbers. I think it's 2.2, or 2.3. It's one of the two. But it'll be that. Week after will be either the start of the Emerald Nuzlocke, if I don't do it tomorrow or later this week or whatever, or the continuation of it if I do. And from there, streams will continue. Videos-wise, I'm gonna try to sort of crack down, get to what I was missing this last week, because I'm sort of building my motivation back up again. I was definitely in a bit of a flunk, but I feel good in this stream. I feel good today, and I'm gonna try to pull that energy into tomorrow and keep going. And then, of course, anything new that comes out, I'll get to when it comes out. I'll focus on, if something comes out, doing that when it comes out, rather than just letting things build up as I try to go from behind. I'll just get the old stuff when I have the time. And then once I'm done with my backlog, that's when assuming that life lets me and I don't get sick or extremely busy again, that's when I will legitimately try to do streams again. Not streams, anime stuff again. I've been wanting to get back to it. It just weirdly is some of the more dense stuff I do, so it like takes up a lot of time, but I want to get back to it. I need to properly go through as I've written. That's something I've been meaning to do. So no is the answer. But I've been juggling a lot of things, and I want to look at it, but I have not. Yeah, inevitably, I have seen a few things. I know that some characters were teased. I know that my brain. Yeah, mainly that characters were teased. From what I've heard, it sounds like Minato is very main character-esque, despite being an A rank. But you know, I'll cover my thoughts on that and what I know and what I learned in the video itself. Look forward to that. I'm gonna try to get to it soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. But yeah, for now, hope you all enjoyed. Bye-bye.